Where is... Wait, what? I didn't get a single quest? Weird. Hello? Chat? Good morning? Hello? Hello? Wow. Testing? I'll restart my client. You hear me fine? Fantastic. Is it possible to make 4 bill a day during a fishing event? Not every day, no. I don't know how much fishing events really affect your money per hour, to be honest. Oh, I just realized something we need to do. Or wait, what? We're too short? Wait, what? I thought we got 15 from Siege. Never mind, I guess we're not doing it today. Am I out of whale tendons? Nope. Yeah, well, I guess we don't have to go do that today. Today we go... Oh, maybe we do something new. We go grind. My headphones sound weird. I ordered new ear pads for my headphones, and they weren't from the manufacturer. They were just like, I guess, aftermarket ones. So I was a little cautious, but the price was definitely worth it. Take a look at OBS multi-chat plugins. Gotta remember to do that later. I'm not a big fan of my multi-chat. I think I need to try a different one. Yo, what's up, Espe? Wait, why is there 600 in Yukio Street? we got no Nobor buff. No shit. Might not grind with XP artifacts today. No, not yet. Why does my AP still seem low as fuck? What do I have equipped right now? Gear Lord? I'm not a Gear Lord anymore. Even Aurelio and Blue Squadron outgear me now. Yeah, neither of those two I just mentioned have Pen Fallen God. Why is my AP so low? What am I missing? Did my crystals... Why didn't my crystals get swapped? Oh shit, I didn't realize I did that. No, the 1 AP's whatever. I guess the 1 AP is a little more meaningful now that it also gives 8 monster damage, eh? So that's like 9 AP. I hadn't actually even considered the monster AP. Okay, now I'm actually over the cap. Oh shit, the server buff actually wore off. I'm gonna go to the channel where I got a fragment from, or a herald from. Surely that channel will serve me well again today, right, chat? Right, chat? Oh, it did. Yeah, it did make it a lot more relevant to get small upgrades. Okay, well, I guess we gotta go do some bosses. Loyalty scrolls? Oh, yeah, let me do that right now, thank you. Which also means this as well. I'm not buying this other shit anymore. I'm just buying the loot scrolls. Oh, I didn't even do my bosses for the week anyways. Let's do them, I guess. Might as well do my C10s first. And then when I need to refresh them later, I'll do my C9s. What? I am not paying attention to his attacks. Why did I just do that? What the fuck? I'm just fucking daydreaming. You're just gonna keep doing the same attack over again? Oh shit. I thought it was the attack where he throws the beams. I am not with it today. It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it, chat? What? Come on, his back heel was in there. I've been further out of his CCs and got CC'd. This fucking little rat. Here, I can't actually go directly behind him. I want him to face the other way. That was like the perfect example of me getting CC'd in something that... Dead. Sacrificed the back attacks there, and then I couldn't reposition. I moved a little early there. Okay. Not too early, thank goodness. Thank goodness! Yeah, I haven't had it break on me once yet either. Wouldn't surprise me if it does. But you're actually the first person I've heard about it breaking. It's makes me think it could potentially be user error, but maybe you found the one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll do this one. 5. Beep. Oh, goddamn! I missed. Oh, this is a good one? No, never mind. Oh. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go, baby. I would have preferred that. One attack later. Oh no, they're bugged out, I can't hit it! I hate it when that happens! When the other two don't disappear, that is so annoying. Give me that again, give me that again, give me that again. Oh fuck me, I am getting absolutely hosed right now. I can't get behind him, there's fire behind him! Fucking move, you stupid fox! Fuck! Shit, what was the next one? This one? Yeah. Oh fuck. No! Woo! Woo! Oh my god! One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. No! Fucking die, you rat! Oh, I'm in trouble. The timing on that was awful. I want to try to finish him with an iframe attack. Whew! Whew! Cheeks were a little clenched for that one. Yeah, you're just jealous complexified. You can fight your way out of a wet paper bag. And a wet paper bag is trash. Triple X. Let's see your gear. Huh? Let's see your gear. Yeah. Hey, you can ask questions. I can ask questions. We both asking questions here. What are you, a liberal? Am I not allowed to ask questions? What monitor am I getting? I should probably make a command for that. People are gonna ask. Obviously, a lot of people are gonna ask. It's a Asus. Not Swift. Not Tough. Strix. Asus Strix IPS 27-inch 300 hertz. 320 hertz. I don't. OLEDs haven't been flushed out enough for me. I can't justify pulling the trigger on them yet. So I went with a one of the top tier IPSs, which actually are still a heck of a lot cheaper. I'm pretty confident it's going to outperform the cheapest OLEDs while being cheaper than the cheapest OLEDs. OLEDs, in my opinion, are just overpriced. They're just overpriced because OLEDs are hyped right now. If you're gonna get an OLED though, make sure you get. I actually recommend waiting right now. I was considering waiting because there's new OLEDs coming out called tandem OLEDs, and they use they're not the QD OLEDs. They still use the W OLEDs, which has the white in there as well. And with the original W OLEDs, they weren't able to get as bright where the QD OLEDs were. That was the main difference between them. But one of the issues with the QD OLEDs is they don't have that white one. So they have the 3 colors, not 4, and they set them up in a triangular pattern. And because each pixel is set up in a triangular pattern, it causes fringing on texts, which some people find extremely annoying. I would be one of them as well. Where W OLEDs don't have that fringing because the 4 pixels are all laid out horizontally, but they are not able to get as bright as the QD OLEDs, right? Those monitors. Well, the new OLEDs that are coming out, tandem OLEDs, they're the same as the W OLEDs, but they lay out the pixels in sheets, each color, so it helps with heat dissipation and brightness. So they were able to actually make up the brightness difference between the W OLEDs and the QD OLEDs. And because it's set up in sheets, apparently they don't run as hot either, and they're a lot more power efficient, which dramatically, from what I understand, is supposed to have a pretty good impact on the potential effects of burn-in. So, but those monitors are just, like, some have just released them now, but they're hard to get your hands on. If you wait till the new year, a lot more of them, or probably around Christmas, a lot more of them will be available. So, I personally recommend if you're in the market for a new monitor and you want to get OLED, wait for one of those. My new monitor? Yeah, it's going to be 1440p. My current monitor is 1440. The main difference between the monitor I'm getting and the monitor I'm using, almost all the other specs are identical except for the refresh rate. A 49-inch OLED? So you're using a TV then. Because as far as I know, they don't make 49-inch... Well, maybe they do. Maybe it's... Wait, is that like an ultra-wide monitor? Maybe that's why. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I personally recommend waiting for those tandem OLEDs. WOLEDs, I mean. It's supposed to get here today, which is extremely surprising, because it said it left Mississauga, Ontario, yesterday morning at 4 a.m. Sorry, 1 a.m. And then it arrived in my city at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And I'm like, there's no shot. Unless they flew it to my city, there is no shot. And as far as I know, I have never, ever, ever ordered a package and had it flown to my city from Toronto. Ever. So unless this is the first time ever, I have a feeling they made a mistake, because they had another package arrive yesterday, and I have a feeling whoever was doing the tracking information might have fucked up. Why do they go with Asus and not MSI or Alienware? Because I've used Asus monitors over the years, and I've never had issues with them. Never, not once, so. And Asus has... Actually, I was going to say good customer support, but now that I'm thinking about it, I've actually never had to do any RMA claims or anything with Asus, so maybe I don't know how good their customer support is. And you got that little wall behind you, too. Bottle of lube on the desk. Crumpled up Kleenex. Stains all over. No, I'm kidding. My AP is actually way higher than it needs to be right now. Damn, even without Node War buff, I'm at 2043 right now. Am I? Oh yeah, I am Z buffed. So I'm right on the money without Z buff, so I can actually just swap to XP artifacts. Because in this setup, my Z buff does nothing for me. I don't benefit from the crit, I don't benefit from the AP. The only, well, I mean, I guess I benefit from the attack speed, so maybe it doesn't do anything. Or maybe it doesn't do nothing. Or maybe it does something. I need to rip out that bar behind me. BP and Fluos? Yeah. I didn't actually get to watch it. I watched it from Fluos' perspective last night when Choice was streaming it. It went exactly as I expected. Awaken Lawn into Warrior is a very unfavorable matchup for the Warrior. Typically, I like to be under the cap enough so that my Z buff brings me to the cap. Because you have your Z buff up like 75% of the time, right? Right now I'm at Dania Lightstones. I don't use Vicious Shadows here. The damage difference feels so inconsequential. I'd actually rather just run XP crystals. Because look at that, even without my Z buff. Or did I Z buff again? Oh, I was Z buff, never mind. Wait, why was my AP so high? Why did my AP just drop by... Well, I guess this is between Z-Buff and Idania Lightstones. Never mind, that makes sense. Yeah, that actually puts me at the perfect amount. The EXP Lightstones are what I want to grind with all the time now, because it effectively like increases my XP gained by 2.5 times. I'm half tempted to start dummy again, but I don't know. I make like 4 bill once or twice a week. 1 bill most nights. 2 bill. About 1.5 bills actually average a night, with the occasional like 4 bill nights. So I'd probably average like 2 bill a night. You do the math on that over the course of a year, that's almost 1 trillion silver. I don't know if I could justify giving away that much silver. Yeah, 27 is nice. At 2K, I think you could go up to 21 inches as well. Or, sorry, 31 inches. They get a little bit more pricier. It's all about that pixel density, right? You don't want to be too low of a resolution at too big of a screen, because then, you know, the pixels become a heck of a lot more noticeable. Either the gaps between them or the pixels are just bigger in general. So, I typically like to, I don't know, 27 at 1440. Like I said, I think I could tolerate 31 at 1440, but I think if I ever went higher than 31, I'd probably want to do 4K. And hardware just doesn't drive 4K well enough yet in most important applications. There's tons of OLED monitors. Tons and tons and tons. The first generation monitors were OLED. The first generation OLEDs were OLED. So don't just buy any OLED. Like I said, wait for the tandem OLEDs. I mean, it's your money, spend it how you want, but I would personally wait for the tandem OLEDs. They keep getting better and better in regards to brightness, text fringing, and minimizing burn-in. You don't want to accidentally buy a first-generation OLED because it seems like a good deal, and then 6 months after using it, you got burn-in because you didn't realize it was one of the earlier models that wasn't dealing with it as well. Yeah. If you're in a situation, obviously if your monitor is broken, I don't know what the issue is with your monitor. I think you just said you don't like it. If it's broken, you need a monitor. You can't not have a monitor. Like I said, I got another generation of IPS monitor because I didn't want to wait for the tandem OLEDs. Because the thing is not only do I gotta wait for the tandem OLEDs to be released, I gotta wait for the reviewers and stuff to come out, right? If you're gonna spend that kind of money on a monitor, I want the reputable reviewers to get their hands on it and tell me, you know, if these things are living up to their hype. So that's months and months from now, and I didn't feel like waiting that long. So I figured, you know what, I'll get a really high-end IPS or maybe a medium to high-end IPS, and give it another few years for a couple more generations of OLEDs to be handled. By then, you never know, in like 3 years from now or 4 years from now, when I'm thinking of maybe upgrading again my monitor, then maybe all the kinks and stuff will be ironed out at that point. I'm using a 9950 X3D, which is, basically a 9800 X3D. Depends on my settings. I can go well over 300 FPS. Yeah, that too. Frame generation is awesome when you use it properly. Oh my god, Kinjara. Using smooth motion, aka 1x frame generation for that siege, was amazing. If it wasn't for the network stuff, it felt so... Anything where you're CPU bound, like in a siege like that, smooth motion goes crazy. My game looks so smooth, despite there being, what, 400 people, 500 people in one area? Yeah, I didn't turn it off. I still have it rolling. It's not as necessary to use smooth motion when you're grinding, because you're not CPU bound anyways. We'll see when I get my new monitor though. How do you play on smooth motion? You need I don't know what generation NVIDIA card is capable of doing it, but it's just in your NVIDIA settings. If you're CPU bound or if you're GPU bound or near GPU bound, then you don't want to be using smooth motion, because it does affect your native, it uses some GPU resources to create AI frames, right? Every other frame. So technically your native frame rate is lower, even though your overall frame rate is higher. Now, in a situation like a siege, when you're CPU bound and your GPU's waiting on the CPU because there's so many people around, that's primarily a CPU heavy environment, and you have all this extra headroom just sitting there on your GPU, smooth motion is amazing. Because now you're not sacrificing any native frame rate and you're just straight up doubling your FPS. My new monitor is 320. Hey Kanjaro, what color profile do you use on your monitor? I love sRGB. I spent so much time with the settings on my current monitor, and I liked sRGB so much better than anything else. Everything looks so much more... I feel like these other settings will oversaturate some things. Some things just feel too bright and distracting. Where sRGB, I feel like... I don't know. Part of me wants to set up the new monitor as soon as it arrives while I'm streaming. but I'm worried that OBS will crash if I start changing my frame rate and stuff while streaming. I've had that happen once before, where OBS crashed because I changed my my FPS. Yo, what's up, Snoofer? Good morning. Not sure if I answered about AP caps. I don't remember seeing your question. Can you ask it again? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even sure what's considered wide gamut. Is that the DCM-3, or I can't remember what the acronym is for it. Yeah. From what I've read, because I was looking through all that stuff, and from what I read, these other things like HDR and stuff, they enhance the brightness of colors and stuff like that. But sRGB is apparently designed to try to keep your monitor's colors as true to what the, I don't know what to call it, developers, like the game developers, art, all that stuff, as true to what they want you to see. I'm having a really bad job, doing a bad job articulating it. Where apparently using all these other things is like the equivalent of like using an app to bass boost and adjust the treble and stuff like that. Sure, you might get more bass and stuff out of it, but you're now moving further away from what the artist wanted you to experience, right? But sometimes you like a little bit more bass. Where sRGB is, it attempts to stay as true to what they want you to see. Maybe that's a better way to describe it. But yeah, I found that with this LG monitor that I have, once I set it to sRGB and just turned up the brightness a bit, yeah, it actually looks a heck of a lot better. Day's gonna tackle you? Oh my goodness, why don't you get some rest? Time to get some sleep. I just realized there's no filter on my microphone right now. You guys are hearing everything, aren't you? Why is the filter not working on my microphone? The fuck? Oh, I'm really phlegmy right now. That's what I noticed when I was using those other things too. Where when I set it to sRGB, when you set it to sRGB, it locks a lot of the settings. At least on this monitor, except for brightness. But I found that it was like, maybe they do that because they don't want you to be redundant, right? Where you set it to sRGB and then you fuck with all the settings, which kind of defeats the purpose of sRGB. I don't know. I don't know enough about monitors to truly know what I'm talking about, to be honest. Okay, let's fix this microphone shit. Yeah, the NVIDIA audio effects just aren't working right now. I will use the built-in one. Okay, this does a lot better. Yeah, the NVIDIA one just isn't working at all. What the hell? Hello? Did I just... Oh, okay, I think it's working now. Thought I crashed my OBS. Hello? Okay, I think it just wasn't working. Yeah, I need your input, chat. Does this sound any different than this? Does this sound any different than what I just did? Or do they both sound the same? Number 2 or number 1? Number 2, number 1. Any noticeable difference between the two? Oh, the NVIDIA one just broke again. Do I have to manually go in this every time to fix it? Okay, fuck it. We're just using the first one. I'm gonna actually set up a noise gate as well. Test. Okay, it's picking up my claps. The thing about this one is... Here, let me try this again. I'm totally gonna crash my OBS, I know it. Yeah, this one here will actually filter out my claps and stuff like that, where the other one doesn't filter out background noise. No, this one just isn't fucking working. Weird. Yeah, I'm just gonna use the built-in OBS one. It's NVIDIA one, I don't know why. The built-in NVIDIA one isn't the same as using NVIDIA Broadcast. You know what I just realized? I wonder if the next Calpheon Ball, if they're going to add a new hammer or Adonia armors that replaces the stone that you need or something, right? Because you got to think, for the people who are done Karazad, done their weapons, I guess they could just pick one of the old hammers and click for like a pen Fallen God, get their hands on a Tet, click for a pen, or just try to click for a pen Black Star. Or maybe they just give away more of the stones. I guess they could just do that. Give away like 3 stones and 3 Adonia armor hammers or something. Oh, I didn't pop all my buffs, did I? Wait, what's my... Oh no, I guess that makes sense. Oh wait, no, I'm still 20 shorter. What the fuck? Oh, because I don't have that other thing anymore. Fuck, I should have popped the 50% then. Oh well. Yeah. As long as I get close to the cap with my Z buff, I'm happy. But it's not that big of a deal. I think as long as you're hitting the recommended, the 380, or sorry, 1980. The difference between 1980 and the cap seems pretty small. I haven't tried 30 below the recommended. I imagine there's probably a larger difference there. The 30 before the cap than the 30 after. They probably put the DR at like 1950 AP. So by the time you're 1930, you know, like if you're below it, no, maybe they set it even lower than that. But the DR is probably set up in a way that once you hit the recommended, you have most of your damage. I keep checking my monitor's tracking information. I want to see if it updates to out for delivery. Nothing yet. Like I said, I have a feeling they fucked up with the tracking since I had another package being delivered by them yesterday. I think whoever was updating that shit messed up at one point. But if it doesn't arrive today, it's definitely arriving tomorrow. We need 3 more silent fragments of origin. Then we can make a crystal. What's up, Leon? What's cooking? Oh, I'm missing the horse buff. They should make the horse buffs like 3 hours long. Give us a treasure item to hunt for that extends the length of our horse buffs. I like hunting for treasure items. As long as they're grinding treasure items. Oh. They should have also applied it. That same buff thing to Voltarian. Yes, yes. Yes. Shut up, John. Yes. I should use the dad horse. The dad horse is on my fisher. It's my fishing horse. Every AFK phase, I double check my tracking information. Did they update it? Is it being delivered? No, doesn't say up for delivery yet. Yeah. Same with Voltarian. You should actually be able to do all three. Like, oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that. Oh, that's right. I can't open this table right now because this horse is out. You should be able to put the dad horse and Voltarian into the Krogdalo stable. So I could have like my Pegasus, my dad horse, and my Voltarian. All three in the stable, and then I can put any one of them away and pull any one of them out at any time. That works too. So then I could just pull the dad horse out when grinding buff, put it away. Could use Voltarian when I'm actually traveling and shit like that. Want to travel fast. And then I have the last one as a backup, just in case for some reason the first two die. We're actually just about to glue a Voltarian. We need a Node War win. How much is Voltarian glue for anyways? Isn't it like 10 bill or something? I can't remember. I know Corgi did it. You in chat, Snoofer? Both of those things are true. So the percentage-based buffs, they don't remove a percentage of your total evasion. They just remove like for example, a 9% evasion shred. They removed the equivalent of 9%. So now that we know that evasion and accuracy are both at a 4 to 1, at a 4 to 1% ratio, that means a 9% evasion shred removed 36 evasion. But like if you had 1,000 evasion, for example, and you got hit by a 9% evasion shred, it didn't remove 90 evasion, right? It removed 36, what the equivalent of a 9% chance to dodge would be. And the same thing was true for accuracy buffs, right? You had an accuracy buff that was, you know, plus 15%, then that was effectively plus 60 accuracy. And I think PA realized that having these two different numbers, like a flat number and a percentage, just made things confusing to new players. So that's why they got rid of all the percentages and just made it the equivalent flat number. Because it obviously is going to be a lot easier to understand if everything's the same. And I like the idea of them doing the flat number better, because if they would have converted everything to the percentage, then that's still confusing to new players, because a lot of people are like, oh, you know, if I have plus 10% accuracy and if I have 1,000 accuracy and I have a plus 10% accuracy buff, then that means I'm getting plus 100 accuracy, right? And no, that's not how it worked. A plus 10 accuracy buff, 10% accuracy buff was only 40 more sheet accuracy. So I think it's good that they decided to go with the flat number and not the percentages. But yeah, Centaur Belt, for example, it was 60 evasion. That means it was a plus 15% chance to dodge. Same thing with the Dawn accuracy Dawns now. They give 60% chance. 60 accuracy. So that's a 15% chance to hit. A lot of people thought that they were like percentage multipliers as well, because the impact of like just the way those things scale. And DR scales the same way. A lot of people don't understand this. That if you only have a 15% chance to hit somebody, and then all of a sudden, you know, you equip an accuracy Dawn and now you have a 30% chance to hit somebody, you've effectively doubled the amount of damage you do against them, right? In the case, and this is with the based off the old system of having, you know, when you do dodge, you mitigate 100% of the damage. Now it's actually even crazier than that, the effects of accuracy. And it's the same thing with DR, right? If you're mitigating 85% of the damage, in other words, only taking 15%, and then you get enough AP to effectively what's a good way to put it? I'm doing this. Let's say your opponent has 1,000 DR. I'm just going to use a nice rounded number, and you have 1150 AP, right? And then all of a sudden you go to 1,300 AP. You're effectively doubling your damage against them. The same thing works both ways. That's part of the reason too, right? A lot of people thought, oh, evasion just scales way better than DR. It's like, no, they actually scale identically. It's just in the past, there was two things contributing to why DR could never get tanky. For one, you could just never get enough DR to bottom out people's AP. And two, with the way true damage worked in combination with how many hits we used to do, when you completely dodged 100% of an attack as evasion, you didn't get hit by the true damage. Where DR was always getting hit by every attack. So the true damage was always being applied. And the true damage didn't seem like much, right? because it was like only plus 15. I think it was like minus 15 HP per hit. But when you look at some of the old abilities that hit 15 times on one ability, you know, that's a lot of damage, right? All of a sudden, that's, what, 225 extra damage on one attack. And then you combo 5 or 6 attacks. That's an extra 1,000 damage in your combo just from the true damage. That DR always had the experience. Where evasion, you know, you could dodge portions of that incoming true damage. I think that's part of the reason why they changed evasion, so it doesn't always dodge 100% of the damage anymore. So this way, both DR and evasion are affected by true damage equally, right? Because you're never dodging 100% of the attack. So now both DR and evasion are always being hit by the true damage. Divios, years and years ago, back when I was grinding underwater, he introduced me to the power of true damage. Some guy was down there, he came down there and tried to take the spot, and he popped the DP stone, a DR stone, and I couldn't do any damage to him, and Divios was like, yo, summon me, I want to try something out, I want to show you something. So I summoned him down there, he popped all of the true damage elixirs, and then one comboed the full DP stone guy. Because he just had a combo that maximized number of hits with true damage, and you know the extra 1,000 DR this guy got from the DP Blackstone doesn't matter for true damage. Yeah, the amount of hit stutter went down too, and your chance of getting hit accelerated has also gone down a lot. You still have a class like Deadeye, though, for some reason, definitely has too many hits in its kit. That's definitely an area where they should up the damage, reduce the number of hits. Because that class actually will still hit stutter you. Almost like the old days, not quite as bad. Not like Suck Megu used to. Remember that shit? Oh my god. Suck Megu was so awful for it. And they were always peppering you from range with 1,000 hits per ability. Megu is so annoying for that. Suck Sage's Lightning Prison was good for it, too. I remember anytime I would see a striker jump in the air to try to land behind me, I'd throw a Lightning Prison, and it would hit them enough times that it would always drop them out of the air into a fall animation, and then I'd just hit them with a CC as they hit the ground. It was such a fucking cheesy way to fight strikers, they just couldn't use that ability near me. And if they're not near me, then they can't get behind me with it. Shotgun still 18 hits in 3 frames? Damn. I can't remember, what kind of protections are there on shotguns? That's a forward guard, right? I feel like that's a pretty risky ability to use with how many fucking block jumps we have these days and abilities that go through forward guards. Still doesn't say out for delivery and it's almost 10 a.m. I have a feeling it's not going to be delivered today. I have a feeling that I was right. It was just an error with whoever was updating the tracking and my 2 different packages arriving. That's alright, we'll get it tomorrow then. I was hoping today, because my wife's actually home, she'll be upstairs to receive it. I don't really like the idea of a flashy monitor box sitting on my front steps for any longer than 60 seconds. I've never had a package stolen, but most of the time it's just in an Amazon box sitting there. It's hard to notice. A colorful monitor box, it's kind of hard to miss. Yeah, that's how it normally works. Usually by 9 a.m. it'll say it's on the truck for delivery, like, here, I can look at my package that arrived yesterday. Where is it? Actually, it didn't update until noon yesterday. It didn't say it was out till delivery until noon. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It was 8 a.m. Yeah, it was 8 a.m. it updated. I was looking at the wrong thing. So, yeah. I have a feeling I'll be waiting till tomorrow. That's okay. I ordered new ear pads for my headphones. My ear pads on my old headphones were getting really worn out, and you can take them off and wash them and stuff, but they were getting really beaten up and really loose. They weren't really providing much cushion anymore. So my headphones are so much more comfortable again. I also ordered a 50-foot Ethernet cable. I had a 25-foot trying to go across, and it barely reached. It was like, it was such an eyesore. It would go the way it was going across the walls. So I ordered a nice 50-foot and ran it along the baseboards and around a door frame. Now, unless you're specifically looking for it, you don't notice it, which is nice. I also put a little hook on the wall next to my desk with the extra slack dangling off the hook in loops. So when my desk goes from the sit to the stand position, it has that extra slack. Yeah. It's nice. I don't use it as much as I should, but man, sometimes your back is just stiff. Maybe your ass is sore from sitting too long. It's nice to stand up. I'm always so nervous between my monitor stand, my 3 monitors, and my PC. The desk is rated for way more than the amount of weight I have on the desk, but it still makes me nervous every time. So I'm like, if this thing ever does topple for whatever reason, just, I wonder if insurance would cover that. Because that would definitely be an insurance claim. Like $6 grand worth of hardware on my desk. Yeah. No, mine doesn't feel wobbly at all. When I first got this desk and I set it up, I actually hopped on the desk and I got my wife to stand it all the way up with me on top of it, and it was fine. It wasn't wobbly. I didn't try climbing off of it while it was fully extended because I didn't want to, you know, distribute the weight poorly and then accidentally break something. But, yeah, mine felt really sturdy. Still makes me nervous, though, just because of how much is on it. I'm just, like, waiting. This desk also has a motor in both legs, not just on one side. I'm actually not super crazy about the top of the desk. I don't mind it. It's nice. But part of me wants to... If I was a little more handy and had a shop, I'd totally build a new top for these legs and this motor. It would actually be really nice. I wonder if I can find like a handyman that'll build me a new top for it. Because it would be really cool to get like a little recess in the top of the desk, so my monitor stand can sit in the recess to create a flat surface. Like the base of the monitor stand, because it's a really low profile base. They would only have to do about like a 3mm recess. It's a big base to distribute the weight, right? I guess the only issue with that is I wouldn't be able to move the monitor stand around the desk at all if I ever wanted to reposition. Once you built that recess, it'd be kind of stuck wherever you put it. Oh yeah, it's not easy to bump the controls on mine. It's way off to the side. When you press the button once too, it turns on the panel. You actually have to press the preset twice. So if you press it once, it'll turn on the panel, but not adjust it, and then you gotta press it one more time. So I guess they do that so you don't accidentally bump it. Wait, why am I over here? What am I doing? Wait, where? I thought I had 2 more amplified rage. What else would I have some amplified rage in right now? Not vicious shadows. Those are predations. No, Zeki is not good XP. I should have 2 more amplified rage somewhere. I'm just using XP artifacts. Kabuas with XP in them. Oh shit, the sound didn't work. Yeah, they're all decent spots. You go to garmoth.com, you can actually see the relative grind value of all the spots. Yo, Mr. Septimus Prime! Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I was praying you were gonna win. Although an awakened lawn for a warrior, not a very fun fight. I was praying. You're my only hope of getting those early morning buffs. Okay, so where are those rage? I know I had more rage. I only have 2 of them there, though. I know I made 4 at one point. Maybe I only made 2. I thought I made 4. I guess not. I guess I'm going crazy. Oh shit, that's right, I gotta fix the sound effects. There we go. Good morning, Belkia. These new ear pads must be a little bit more dense. Though. Actually, I wonder, 1 second. Maybe it's... Hello? Test? No, never mind. Thank you. Like my package probably won't arrive today. Oh, I just realized we are just about to hit 5%. Really wish they would buff the XP at these spots. Seems so weird to me that the XP, like, I don't know, XP should scale up a lot more at the highest spots. Significantly better? What do you mean by better? You mean higher? Yeah, it's a pretty significant jump. Oh, for the gear requirement, is that spot significantly better? Yeah, it's... Sorry, I misread your question. Yeah, it's a reasonable amount higher. It's like, what, 15% better? I don't think the silver needs to be proportional to the gear requirement. But, more like 10% actually. We don't want inflation to go too crazy. So... It's still going to take me a couple more weeks to finish off all my heralds that I need. But, I'm getting... Next week I should be able to start selling my crystallized energy event times. I need... 500 more of them. Less than 500. Yeah, Tenebra is super comfy. That's a super comfortable gear score. The gear score is low enough that you can actually grind there in a PvP setup aside from the resist crystals. I'm also an AP privileged class, so classes with lower AP probably aren't as fortunate. What's your guys' favorite Adana grind spot? Adania grind spot. I think it is frogs for me. Yeah, Zephyros. Orbita's only annoying because that Titan, the way he slides when he spawns, sometimes you'll get that double back tag on you. Fishing? Yo. Oh, lightstones are starting to sit again, eh? I can't remember which lightstones are the ones that give 300, or sorry, 500 of the things. I wish it said on here. I just tried to hit Alt, like on PoE. See more information. Yo, maybe they should add that. Hover over an item in BDO, you hit Alt, and it shows you all the different ways to craft that item. That'd actually be kind of sick. Pop some more buffs. much is that again? Oh, 50. That's something. I gotta remember to pop that. Make it part of my routine. Oh, I should refresh my horse buff too. Where's my horse? There it is. Might buy 600 courages. That'd be a good opportunity to stock back up. Just in case there's ever a drought again. Ooh, Sessions with the hookup. Look at him go. Once they spawn, I drag them to the next one. As soon as I hit them, then I move. Oh. When I'm streaming, though, I'm not paying attention all the time, so I'm definitely not, you know, moving exactly when I should be. That's my PV ult? Yeah. Can tell? Listen here, you dumb bitch. You've been playing this game just as long as I have, and you don't even have a PV ult. You can't PvE or PvP. At least I can do one. Teach you how to not get rolled by Cowboy? Hey, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Imagine imagining? Yeah. Can't imagine. Speaking of Cowboy, we said his name too many times. It's like Beetlejuice, we just summoned him. Let's start the grind. I've been grinding. You're late for your shift, fella. One of these days I'll get an enhanced debo. Yeah. Depends on you, though. If you just do the comfy Awakened Sage grind, you're not going to be pulling great numbers. You'll pull okay numbers. You just want to chill and put in low effort. Awakened Sage definitely isn't the class to play. There's much better classes for it. Oh, I killed that. Didn't even realize it. Ooh-wee, that looks nice. Thank you, babe. Wife just brought me a nice little omelet. No problem, hun. What the hell? Wasn't talking to you. Perfect timing. Get to eat my lunch while I sit in the AFK phase. Made this omelet perfect. Yeah. Those wand crystals weren't supposed to come from the minigame, and they weren't supposed to come from your hedgehog procs. So any extra crystals that you got were removed, and if you had sold the crystals, then they just removed the value of the crystals that they would have otherwise removed. Yeah. They were announcing, every day, multiple times a day, basically saying, don't do anything with these crystals. We're gonna get rid of them. This is a bug. So, but as a streamer, I know people don't read. Reading in my video? Never. Is the bug still active? No. No, they fixed it and already corrected it. They'd be mad if they could read. Ah, yes. King of the Hill. You got a double proc? Maybe it was just the extra ones from the minigame. Maybe you still can get them from the hedgehog then. I don't light skill a whole lot, so somebody else could probably clarify that. If you're still getting double procs, then you can probably get them from the hedgehog. You just can't get them from the minigame. Oh, mastery can increase how many you get from a... Okay, never mind. Maybe it isn't a hedgehog thing then. Maybe that's just a mastery thing to get more. That makes sense. That would explain why you could get multiple. Like what? You can't get more from mastery? Oh, you're talking about the ginseng. Yeah, no, you can't do that. You only get one from the minigame if it procs. You can't get 10 from the minigame because, yeah, the minigame is what procs the ginseng. You can't get a ginseng from anything but the minigame. And yeah, it seems like Micros is aware of that. He's just saying, you know, imagine you could. Because that'd obviously be sick. That'd be like, what, a 50 bill gather? Aren't those worth 5 bill a pop? I can't remember. Maybe it's less. $5.6 billy. Oh my goodness. Only a lurking bot anyways? Hey, that's me 99% of the time too. I'm always lurking in various streams. Which subclass is the best grinder? Oh, I don't know. What do you think, chat? I don't pay attention like who's the best grinder and all that. I enjoy really grinding on my Sage. I know Suck Warrior is pretty awesome. My take on the all-in-one preset? Yeah, I'll check that after. You know what I was saying, Kanjar? I don't know if you heard me. You know what they should do? Yeah, look at that picture. That's awesome. That is what they should have done. I was saying they should do something like PoE, where when you hold Alt when hovering over an item, it should show you all the different ways to craft the item. Instead of having it in the tooltip, just have the more important stats immediate, and then you hover over it and hit Alt, and it shows you the different ways to craft the item. That'd be cool if they implemented something like that to BDO. That is definitely what they should have done, though. That interface looks so much better. So much better. I don't know who that new shift guy is, but he is on it. Ooh. Did he repop both buffs? No, just the one. I gotta figure out how to build better in PoE 2, by the way. I look at some of these other, like, people streaming PoE 2 and, shit, they're just doing way more damage. I think part of it is, probably because I usually do, well, I've always done solo self-found, but also hardcore, so I gotta just take things slower, be more careful, and I can't just buy, like... It's a lot more difficult to get the items you want when you can't just buy stuff that other people don't want that fits your build. Yeah. I think next character I'm gonna do a non-solo self-found. I'm gonna do like just a hardcore character, and then play around with the new market. I didn't mind doing solo self-found before because it was super annoying how the market it was just basically manual, right? You had to message people about what they wanted. They'd have listed what they have, and it was an annoying process. But apparently this new market, I haven't had a chance to experience it. Apparently it's a game changer. Maybe I'll find it a lot less annoying to deal with. I think Grimkill's stream died. I was watching him and now, like, shit ain't working. Are you, I don't think you play hardcore at all, do you, Kinjara? You just not a fan? Suggestively sell shit? Is that when you're like selling something? But kind of being sneaky and ripping people off? One thing that I find cool about hardcore, and this is what I like about it, and I wouldn't play hardcore if it didn't have like a shared stash. But it is kind of cool that like when you're doing your build or whatnot, and you die and you're like, oh, this fucking sucks, I just lost all my best gear. But seeing how quickly you could bounce back if you're good at actually, like, saving things and preparing for death. So you end up bouncing back quite quickly. But let's say I'm selling a good item because I got an upgrade. I may list other items for the build next to the weapon I'm selling. Kind of like how a grocery store may put random shit. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Because they might want those items, right? And they'll be like, okay, they're searching for that one item, you come up, and then if they don't see the other stuff they need next to it, then they're going to close the window and search again and potentially find someone else. But if you put those things next to each other, they're going to be right there looking at it, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, I need that too, and then they're just going to grab it from you, because it's convenient. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's definitely no surprise to me. Hardcore online games are still in a world with internet or power outages. Well, you can get a UPS for the power outage. Internet, I mean, it's kind of whatever. We're talking PoE 2? Yeah, we were. Better ways to sell 50 amulets for 1x and randomly sneak in one div in there. Yeah. That does seem super scammy. Does GGG have any rules against that? Like if you get caught like scamming people blatantly? Or is it just kind of like a buyer beware type deal? Gotcha. Totally immoral? Definitely, yeah. I remember back in the old days of Ultima Online, you would have to open up a trade, right? The trade window would pop up. And if you put stuff in a bag in the trade window, they could open the bag and see what was in the bag. And when you clicked accept trade, if the window changed at all, if anything was taken out or put in, then it would immediately, like, you would have to re-accept, right? So you couldn't quickly swap something in at the very last second. But if you had things in a bag, then you could do that. And I remember, you know, you'd scam people doing that. Scam the non-knowers. Yeah, I just do the asynchronous trading myself. I wouldn't bother with trade windows and stuff, but having to deal with people trying to be fucking sneaky. Why don't I stream PoE 2? So I wouldn't get any views, to keep it completely honest. It's not that I care about the stats, it's just the money I make from streaming is definitely needed. And my revenue would go down quite dramatically. I'd be surprised if I pulled 200 views on there. It definitely helps with sponsorships too, for sure, having a higher view count. There's also less of a, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Like, if you go to the PoE 2 category right now, you know, even the #1 streamer on there, like El Kaiser, who's a super well-known streamer, right? He's only getting like 500 views. He's, you know, huge in that community. half an hour ago, to be fair. That's true, that's true. He'll probably pick it up to about 1,000 later. I was gonna say I didn't see him live a little bit ago. Paragon 100 first, yeah, and Diablo 3, yeah. I've been watching Alkaiser for a long time. Yeah. Yeah, people get a little burnt out on it, and like, PoE is definitely one of those games. Oh, fuck, once I got a sneeze coming. Oh, fuck. Oh. PoE is definitely one of those games where when a new season starts, everybody who loves PoE dives back in, sees what changes, sees how they could change their builds, all that shit, right? And the viewership probably goes up tenfold. And then as it gets later in the season, it kind of depletes. Professional streamer can't mute sneeze. I blame it on this spot. I'm not dying just to mute a sneeze. I even warned you guys. Why didn't you mute your ears, backpack? Huh? May deafness take me. Oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's been lots of games that other people have been fucking around with, so that definitely pulls people out of the category. It's honestly something I should do. I should, like, pick a day of the week to stream BDO for, like, the first half, and then stream PoE 2 for the second half, and build up a bit more of a PoE audience, so... It's just tough finding a day, because I can't do it during the school week, because my streams are super short. It would really be just, like, Saturdays or Mondays. It'd be nice to build up a little bit more of a PoE 2 audience. My streams are short? Yeah. I mean, I typically only get to stream like for 5 or 6 hours on those days, compared to an actual work day, you know? That's short. That's a short shift. You know, this is a job for me, so... I would prefer to do 8-hour streams. Because with the way streaming works, right, it's all about, like, momentum, and... When you go from like a 6-hour stream to an 8-hour stream, that can double your income for the day. Because it's 2 hours on the end, not 2 hours on the beginning, right? The first couple hours of your stream while you're still building up viewers for the day, you're not really making much money at all. But the last 2 hours of your stream, right, when you have most of your viewers, that's where it's really starting to increase. So yeah, going from a 6 to an 8-hour stream is only like a 33% increase in my stream time, but I end up making anywhere between 50% to double more in those last 2 hours. Just stream longer then? Yeah. I mean, I got a wife and kids. I gotta pick up the kids from school. I gotta get them ready for dance. I gotta feed them. I got other responsibilities. I would wake up and start streaming earlier, but I don't like doing AFK streams. I don't mind doing like a little 20-30 minute wind up to my stream at the very beginning of the day because, you know, there's nobody in my channel anyways. I'm not really encroaching on other streamers. Right? It's really scummy when you have a bunch of views and you go AFK for hours on end or just AFK stream while you're sleeping. To me, it's really scummy to do that in drop categories. And like, I could get up at 6 a.m. and start streaming, but I have to take that 30-minute AFK in the morning. And doing that after I'm already set up for the day, it's, like I said, I'd be compromising my own moral standards doing that. I wouldn't feel good about it. That'd be a really good way to make other streamers resent me as well if I started doing that. Where I think other streamers recognize, like, when you're first starting up in the morning, there's, like, nobody in your chat until you're, like, 30 minutes in. So having, like, an AFK time makes it so once you actually sit down and do start streaming, you know, you have, like, 50 or so people in your chat, and you can actually start talking. You know, there's people to actually converse with. You want to get under my desk? Here, just 1 second, you guys. My wife's vacuuming right beside me, and I'm gonna let her get under my desk. Just 1 second. Wait. Let me move that. There you go. Just get right, like, along that back wall there. There you go. Awesome. You just ran out of juice? Yep. Oh, just enough time. Oh, you didn't get under my chair. Backseating her cleaning? Kind of was, wasn't I? She had a little bit. We have a wireless vacuum, right, with a battery on it. And I guess she just finished vacuuming upstairs, but there's a little bit of juice left in it, so she came down here quickly. She just got under the desk, and then the battery died. Oh yeah, telling her to get under the desk. Yo, get under the desk, baby. Need a full battery to clean up all that gamer dust? Yeah. It's actually pretty clean under my desk, but you know. I feel like I should be at the disco right now. Yeah. But yeah, when it comes to streaming, I try to be respectful of my peers, right? The other people streaming. If there's anything that I'm going to be, you know, criticize other people for, it would make me a hypocrite if I did it myself, right? I don't know. I don't mind taking little breaks too, depending on the stream. Like, my lunch break is usually about 30 minutes. I don't mind doing that because, you know, we gotta eat. A streamer's streaming for as long as we do. I guess maybe I could start sooner. And then instead of doing a lunch break, do like a breakfast break. Just eat a fat breakfast and skip lunch. I'm usually not much of a breakfast guy. But if I got up a bit earlier, then it would be kind of a lunch at that point. Nice thing about that, too, is I'd actually get to watch more Biceptimus if I did that. But I couldn't justify taking that 30-minute break and then taking a lunch break as well on top. That'd be like 2 lunch breaks. Makes you yearn for your warrior? I don't know. You been watching him? He's kind of not feeling the warrior so much anymore. That's alright. Savior is gonna save us. He and I, once again, will be back on the same class. Just like he followed me to warrior, he'll follow me to savior. He's probably eating dinner right now. That I should have said, well, yo, let's restart this conversation later when we know he's back. Savior coming out, though, makes me want to work on my main hand, because if it works anything like Wukong and it ends up being an Ascension class, then Probably gonna want my deck main hand for it, you know? I personally like Ascension classes. I think Ascension classes are basically just better. They're Awakening classes with no succession. That's what an Ascension class is. I honestly think that they should, all of the old classes that have an Awakening and a Succession, they should just peel the two apart from each other. If the main hand fits the Succession better, then build a new, like, main hand for the Awakening, and then just make another class out of it. Or vice versa, if vice versa is the case. But I think most, like, in almost all cases, the main hand's obviously going to fit the Succession better. Yeah. Sage, main hand to Awakening. Nova, main hand to Awakening. Corsair, main hand to Awakening. Hash is probably one of the few that are, like, extremely well done for both their kits. Ranger 2. But they could just give Awaken Ranger a whole new main hand kit. I don't even know what they would do with it, though. Yeah. I love the way Hash feels. Like I said, if Hash was lightning themed, I would be playing Hash, not Sage. I'm just not a fan of the sand theme. Did that not hit all those priests? When? Oh, I don't think they'll ever do that. There's plenty of things that our community has begged them to start doing. Instead of trying to monetize the game through RNG gacha boxes, monetize it through cosmetics. It actually pisses me off that they don't do that. But I mean, obviously, customizing cosmetics takes a lot more effort than just putting a bunch of stuff in a box for people to swipe on. I don't think they realize, too, right? For your free-to-play players, they're more likely to swipe on cosmetics, too. Free-to-play players, a lot of them, you know, they can't justify spending money on something that they might just throw to the void immediately and never see benefit from, right? Where a cosmetic, you know, makes them feel cooler, right? They'll buy the cosmetic. They'll swipe the $20 for the cosmetic. I don't think they realize that there's a huge amount of money they could make if they started doing shit like that. And people feel a lot better about that type of monetization. You see yesterday, Choice did like Fluos or Floros? I can't remember, right? He's the person that Biseptimus fought for Caphra's Castle. And he Discord streamed it in the family Discord, and you could see how much loyalty he got from all of the whaling that he's done. And Choice did the math on it. It was like over $40,000 worth of whaling. Like, goddamn. These swipers go crazy. And that's why PA does the gotcha boxes. When you got people spending that kind of money. Think of how many skins they would have to sell. 20 bucks a pop. What is that, like 20,000? No, not 20,000. What am I talking about? 2,000. Shit, you know what? They actually probably could. Yeah. Yeah, and from supporting the game standpoint, I would much rather the developer have more money and develop the game more and deal with the whales than, you know, vice versa. The game's struggling for cash revenue and we get no updates, right? If you're going to choose one or the other. I just think that the whaling for cosmetics is a nice middle ground. That doesn't feel dirty to me, though, Dukes. I think people are kind of silly when it comes to that. PA needs to, if they want to secure the future of their company and the livelihood of all of their employees, they need to not be a one game company. Trying to quickly make a new IP when something is already, you know, overtaken yours is obviously significantly more difficult and stressful. I respect the fact that they're trying to work on expanding their IP portfolio before shit gets dire. That's being responsible to your employees. People forget that BDO is their first IP. This was an indie company before, with BDO's initial launch. They're making more money. I don't know if EVE even pays for itself. I imagine it must, but, you know, based off their quarterly earnings, it doesn't look like EVE really generates a ton of revenue. And Black Desert Mobile... Actually, I don't know if those quarterly earnings ever show the mobile numbers. I'd be interested in seeing the mobile numbers. Console definitely doesn't generate a ton. But... I like that PA's trying to become a big gaming studio, not just a one-game company. Oh shit. Do you guys know why Pearl Abyss had a drop in their earnings, a significant drop in their earnings at the early part of this year. I never understood why. A lot of people anticipate it was because of the delay on Crimson Desert, but according to this, apparently they had a premature. Apparently, Black Desert Mobile didn't perform well in China, and they prematurely ended the service to China, so they lost all the people who were playing it there. That was January 27th, though, so that would have been really early, though. The cessation of the Chinese service caused mobile game revenue to fall by 6.2 billion won, or $8.2 million. That's a pretty significant drop. The mobile decline contributed to over 8.5% year-over-year drop in revenue for the entire Black Desert IP, which fell from 5.9 or 54.9 billion won, or 39.2 million in the most recent quarter. Interesting. So it was actually PA's decline this year. It looks like it was largely because of mobile, not because of PC. Interesting. That actually makes some sense too, because from what I understood, the original Black Desert developers were moved to mobile when they were working on mobile. And recently I remember hearing this year that those developers were coming back to work on, some of them were coming back to work on Black Desert, the PC version. So maybe it is because of the decline of the mobile version that they're putting more efforts into the PC version and bringing some of the old talent back. I'll believe that when we start losing protections. Oh, that's not happening. Those things aren't correlated with each other. The game's way too fast to make it as unprotected as it used to be. The game's just different. You're looking at the past through rose-tinted glasses. What people seem to forget is 99% of the time you were sitting there doing nothing back in the day. You had a whole page of abilities and you only used a small handful of them, even as a warrior. Like, maybe not when they had lingering super armor, because that was completely busted for the time. But when they removed lingering super armor but still had the Q canceling, there was just a ton of stuff, for example, in the warrior kit that you would just never ever use. You just spend more time sitting there waiting and block for your good abilities. If you were to make everybody as unprotected as they were back then, it would just never work in how fast this environment is. I think 2-hour node wars are fine. 1 hour is too short, though. Because when you set up these group fights like 3v3s and stuff like that, almost every one ends up in a stalemate. Unless for some reason one side is just really stacked, of course, right? It's hard to have a good fight that actually has a proper winner when it's only an hour long. You love my voice? I appreciate you. I like my voice too. I like your ears for liking my voice. How about that? Remove occupation. The thing is, occupation can be better than construction. It is so annoying that they just drop that shit and refuse to work on it. And then instead of working on it, they said, oh, we'll just bring back the old one too. It's like, fuck. But yeah, in its current state, it's garbage. Construction is fixed so they make recoveries tankier or nuke DP meta. I don't know about making the recoveries tankier, but definitely nuke the DP meta for uncapped. It's that DP meta that makes the recoveries squishier, right? Because when you have these fucking losers with 6 blue Skittles in their gear just sitting in your base, you know, and all they gotta do is just kind of maneuver around the flame towers. It was such a band-aid fix, too. Them putting the DP debuff on the flame towers, it's like classic fucking PA. Instead of addressing the problem, they just end up putting a band-aid on it, you know? Bubblegum on the hole. Yeah, they run in. Yeah, exactly, right? They run in their full DP, they hit a bunch of stuff, all your structures for a little while. They get hit like with maybe the second or the third debuff, and then they peace out, right? They quickly jump out, wait for the buffs to fall off, and then they do it again. Why does it not infinitely stack? I mean, it does stack. It just, they can't have it sit on you forever, right? If they're sitting in your base long enough for it to stack, like, more than, like, shit, even 3 times, 3 or more times, I think by 3 times it's pretty close to the strength of a Misty, and Misties are huge. Yeah, that's true. They could do that. They should do that, honestly. They clearly have an issue with doing stacking buffs like that. Are there... No, there's buffs in the game that do that. Why couldn't they do that with debuffs? Like Overdrive, for example, for Suck Sage, right? That shit will refresh and add stacks to it as you build it up. So, I don't see any reason why they can't do that. But no, I honestly think that that's a... They never should have did that to the Flame Towers anyways, to be completely honest. We just shouldn't have people running around with 6 DP crystals. 6 DR crystals, or 6 evasion crystals. Why wasn't this a problem when people use DP accessories instead? Because in order for you to get a really good set of DP accessories, it still costs you $500 billion silver to $1 trillion silver, depending on how much you wanted to optimize it. And people weren't interested in foregoing their primary progression to work on an alternate set that was that expensive. Now they can accomplish the same thing. In fact, something that's more effective for 6 billion silver. You buy 6 bonds. It wasn't as tanky, and you could counter it because it was primarily evasion, and you had evasion shredding classes. Like when you had somebody built like that and you just put on an accuracy offhand as a suck sage, you would blow them up. You could counter it. You can't counter these 6 bond DR losers. No, even the Jins, that's still not enough silver. That's still such a small amount of silver comparatively, right? We're talking like before it was 500 build to 1 trillion silver, back when like your full set of gear was worth like 1 trillion silver. Everybody's full set of gear now is worth multiple trillions, probably 4 or 5 trillion silver, 6 trillion. So even now, six Jins is like just a drop in the bucket. But yeah, it's the accessibility to the builds. Also, like I was saying, when you could counter evasion builds, the really tanky evasion builds in the past, you could never get really tanky as DR. And the evasion builds, right, they would run their Jesus ring, Centaur belt, shit like that, right? Well, you could counter those. You either build accuracy accessories, or you get a class that's really good at busting evasion, and you could counter it. Now, these DR builds, they're bottoming out what their counter is supposed to be, right? The counter to DR is supposed to be AP, but they can get so much DR that they're bottoming out their counter. So they, in other words, they have no counter. And this isn't a problem where you could address by just buffing AP, like the AP crystals. If you buff the AP crystals, in the ranged classes and the iframing classes go fucking crazy, and they already do so much. So it's not like you could just make the AP crystals give like 7 sheet AP instead. That would make any type of class that is... Yeah, sure, the DP memes would be killable now, but any hybrid class that relies on being able to tank a hit or two would be completely unplayable. You need to address the DR side of it. But remember, it's a circular system, right? Accuracy counters evasion, evasion counters AP, AP counters DR, and DR counters accuracy. It's a circle. And the circle is broken right now because DR is bottoming out its counter. I actually don't mind where evasion is at right now, because I think evasion's at a nice spot where you can counter it. For every 2 evasion crystals somebody puts on, you put on 1 accuracy crystal to counter it. Right? But with DR, you don't have that. You just can't... Sure, you could make the argument that they don't do any damage, but the equivalent evasion build won't do any damage either. But you can't build enough AP to counter those builds the same way you could build accuracy to counter the equivalent evasion builds. Yeah, that DR works differently, though, than flat DR. DR percentages all stack additively with each other, so it doesn't matter whether you're building DR or evasion, you're getting the same benefit from those percentages. Oh. But yeah, on my Suck Sage, back when Suck Sage had infinite accuracy, I'd go full AP and put on an accuracy offhand, and all the shies that would try to run into my guild and Misty or do whatever, I would just blow them up. They would just instantly die. Every time a push would come in, E-buff, kill all the shies as they come charging in. They'd die so fast. Those old builds actually had, you could build to counter them. These DP memes now, yeah, you can't build to counter them. I need some more food. Tell you what though, these DP builds are a great equalizer, right? All the really shit players in your guild that have no situational awareness and don't know how to press the buttons on their keyboard, they put on 6 of those crystals and now they're useful. Yeah, in a 1v1, when you have somebody when running 6 DR crystals, I can almost one combo them if I'm full glass. But you can't do full combos on somebody in large scale. There's rangers, there's archers, there's all these range classes around. Sure, even if you catch one of these guys, if you start trying to commit that type of damage, one of those rangers are just going to instantly one-shot you. Oh, I need to repop the Sangun buff. Or Gumi buff, I guess. Oh, no, I guess I'll do Sangun. Might as well do my C10. Knock that out of the way. How much time is left on the AP buff, too? Only an hour and a half? Fuck. I think they just need to limit the DP crystals. Like I said, this would be my solution. One of 2 solutions. Either A, make it so there's a negative set bonus. So every DP crystal you equip beyond 2 does minus 10% attack, movement, and cast speed. So if they're running 6 of them, then they're at minus 40% across the board. And that dramatically reduces how useful they are. Sure, they can still be crazy tanky, but they have to be significantly slower. They'll be like a turtle. Or they assign each one of these slots with a specific accessory, and then they make it so you can only equip these crystals in this specific assigned slot. So, for example, like these 2 slots would be your ring slot cares ads, would open these 2 specific slots, and then your DR crystals could only go in the ring slots. And what that does is it limits you to 2, and it also stops people from equipping 2 crystals and equipping 2 cadres to kind of bypass that DR limit. And then do the same thing with evasion, right? Make it so you got a neck and a belt slot, and the evasion ones can only go in those 2 slots. And then you can't equip a centaur and a sissel while wearing your 2 evasion crystals, right? So it stops it the same way with the evasion side. Now, that does open up the opportunity to run 2 DR and 2 evasion crystals and still have 4 crystals, but that's significantly less useful than being able to run 6 down the board, right? Those are the 2 ways I would address the issue. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I gotta swap. We'll do my C10 Sangoon. Actually, you know what? We will do C9 Pig first. We'll get this buff going. And then we'll do our C10 Sangoon and then get back to the grind. They just need to limit how much you can actually get. I don't think the scaling isn't the issue. It's how much you can get. It was the same issue with evasion in the past, right? You could get so much more evasion than people were able to get accuracy. Now it's the exact same problem, but with DR. But unfortunately, this time the solution isn't to make AP more accessible. Because if you make AP more accessible, then these ranged classes will just one-shot you from a mile away, right? They already do. Like, if you're not one of these DP builds, they already do such ungodly damage to you if they're built full glass. But if you give them that much more damage, yeah, they'll absolutely feast. We do not want rangers with an extra 30 sheet AP. Oh, fuck. Oh, I thought I was still on it there. Oh. Ooh, almost did my interrogate. I would have died there if I did. Oh, I didn't even have a Courage on for that. Oh, thought he was going to do the jump. This is annoying. Fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck you. Oh my god. Ah, I was hoping those fucking things would stop just as I divine executioned over there. Like a millisecond too soon. It'll be another nice quality life improvement. Let us fucking buff in here. Who cares if somebody can bring an AP stone in here for 1 week? Who cares? They want to waste a pure blackstone in here? Who fucking cares? Holy, come on, Katie, get out of the darkness. I can't go in there. Fucking cheater. Shit. What? Oh, goddamn. I didn't quite get him low enough. Oh, shit. Yeah, and on this difficulty, it doesn't show the red circles. When you're on C10. It, not all of them, at least. The red circles that are random, they'll still show those, right? Like that one, for example, it can be a random pattern. So it'd be kind of fucked up if they didn't show it. Oh, goddamn, get off my ass, kitty. Bad kitty. Oh my god. Oh shit. This is actually a huge run. I actually skipped the whole middle phase, I believe. I don't think he'll do it. Oh, he still does it? Oh, that bitch. Never mind. I'd actually never got him to do that second thing first. Thought I was about to set a new personal record. I pushed him a little bit further. Fuck. There we go. Get back to the grind. The wrecking bones, huh? Overriding my buff. Trying to steal all the glory. You think your guildies are on your side, you know? And then that happens. That is fucked up. Oh, you guys see Divios won Cartian? He won Tenebrom Castle? That bitch. Now I gotta get in there and kick his ass out. Although I think he's on a mission to collect all the crowns, so he probably will want out in a couple weeks anyways. Need you to tell HeroPlay to drop his buff? HeroPlay's not even in Pico anymore. He abandoned us. Him and Bingy. They went and chased the bag. Your eyes don't hurt playing Awakened Sage for years? No, I just close them while I'm playing. No, that's definitely not the issue. Because if you remove the tankiness, then the sustain isn't going to keep people alive. Right? If you remove the tankiness that a warrior has or a Velk has, but give them sustain, they're just going to get two-tapped by a ranger in the distance. The two definitely go hand in hand, like definitely the recovery when you are tanky matters. And the game feels miserable. If you play a class that has no sustain and you gotta sit there and wait for your potions to heal back 10,000 HP, that's so fun. At that point, it's quicker to go die, wait to respawn, and then run back to the fight than it is to survive. And that just feels bad. It feels so fucking bad. It's how much a TP you can get. Like I said, they just need to adjust how many of those crystals, because like these gauntlet classes, not gauntlet, sorry, bruiser classes, they need tankiness to be able to enter the fight, or they're just going to get one-tapped by range damage, right? You know, the classes out there that aren't trying to build rock mode, but are trying to participate in the fight with 1 or 2 DP crystals, they need the tankiness that they have. So you can't just nerf the DP across the board. You just have to stop these extremes from existing. That wasn't a Final Fantasy 14 thing. Ultima Online had bandages and stuff too. There's plenty of games that handled that. I don't understand why they don't use medkits for that. When they nerfed medkits so you couldn't use them in Node War or Siege anymore to revive your allies, they should have made it so it was like a 10-second channel that would allow you to heal yourself up to full. I don't think sustain's a problem though. I think all classes should have sustain. If you're playing properly, you should be able to recover HP. Oh, sure, and then he overwrites the other one, too. Wrecking Bones, I swear to God. That's it. I'm gonna go redo my bosses and overwrite his. Now he's taking all the glory. Couldn't even leave me with half the glory. Yeah, I think the issue is primarily the people who are running more than 2 DP crystals. I think you address the stacking of those crystals beyond 2, and you address the problem without creating another problem that's significantly worse. Like I said, if somebody's trying to build evasion crystals to become godly tanky, you just equip 1 accuracy crystal for every 2 evasion crystals they put on, and you counter them, right? Where on the DR side of things, people are already wearing as much AP as they can, and they can't kill these builds as quickly as they should be dying. And if you try to address that by making the AP crystals give more AP, then range classes and iframe classes are going to just have a heyday. Like, don't get me wrong, I love it. If they decided to add like 10 human damage to each of the AP crystals, that'd go crazy for Awakened Sage, Ranger, Archer, Sork. Your buffs are better, raw drops for all of us? We'll find out. We'll find out. I'm expecting a raw drop now. Time to find out whose is better. Bring the suck whiz meta back? Yeah, no thank you. No fucking thank you. Although I do think they should bring back wizard heals. Nope. I think wizard heals should be percentage based and like a good chunk. When you have a bunch of wizards who are on top of healing their allies, that shit feels so good. There was a big difference. That was I mean, there's a lot of good things that Joe had going for it. But one thing you ask anybody who we fought was how good our wizards were with healing. You would catch somebody on the ground and all of a sudden you'd think that they were dead and you'd just see them constantly ping-ponging back to full health. And then all the people who are dogpiled on that person trying to kill him end up getting killed because they're all piled up in a ball. You just don't see that anymore. Maybe I don't know, you gotta be careful, right? Correlation doesn't mean causation. Maybe you would see that more if there was more reasons for wizards to be on the battlefield. These days, most of the wizards are playing Awakened Dosa, right? Yeah. I personally think that the Shy should be more of a healing role than a buffing role. Oh, get down. Get down from there, you little bastard. Big bastard. Damn, no raw drop. Yeah, I don't believe it. These buffs suck. Yeah, no update on my package still. I guess it's arriving tomorrow. I'm excited for the new monitor, though. Ugh. Yeah. I hope you're ready to bend the knee, Divios. Next week, I am for sure getting in. Three? Shit, you telling me I'm gonna get one? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, it's that boss event day. I wonder what that's gonna do. I guess we will find out Wednesday night when KR gets the patch. Or no, Tuesday night, tomorrow night. Yeah. I think that crown would go so sick on Sage. Especially with my colors. Yeah, look at that. See, finally, you get a little bit of taste. A little bit of taste. Yeah, because of the yellow glow, yeah, you gotta play around with the eye color if you want to get the color that you want. Can't remember if my eyes are purple right now. I'm not on remastered currently though. Oh wait, does the crown have glowy eyes? No, I'm looking at the pic. I didn't think that was... I guess I should have known. You're not on Sage there. Yo, that's fucking sick. I didn't even realize initially. Oh my god, now I really want that crown. Honestly, I don't even think it's a big deal if they let you keep the crown, even once you get kicked out or leave or whatever. Divios doesn't want to show it. I heard him talking last night. Apparently he was doing a bunch of Wukong keybinds while doing the 1v1 on his striker. Scholar is such a bitch to fight too. That shit's like fighting a Sork with a grab. Yeah, when I had my Musa tagged my Sage. Whenever I would log back on my Sage, I'd hit RMB to move around. And then I'd end up just shock relaying and be like, oh yeah, that's right, fuck. You have 1 TED armor, right? I'll try? Oh, so you're still at least... Well, depending on what the event is, you're at least 2 weeks away. Because I believe you need you need 3 Tets and 1 pen, right? To do Caphras? Hey, if the event doubles the amount of stones you get. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky enough to get it. Who am I kidding with your luck? You're guaranteed to get it. Oh. Yeah, you gotta go back now. Yeah, you have to have all the AP in order to go to Caphras. Only reason why I'm saving my DP con. Where is it? I know I have it somewhere around here. Is just in case, like with Castles 6 through 10, if there ends up just being a DP deficit, then I'll have it again for that. Yeah. Oh, just imagine how everybody else feels fucking strikers, too. You traditionally have to catch them multiple times anyways. Yeah, I saw that at the very end. You quickly threw the ult, and it almost, from Choice's perspective, it almost looked like you missed. And then you instantly went at him, and then you V'd, and then you came out of V, and there was like still 10 seconds left, I think it was, or pretty close to. Because I think you were probably trying to avoid him from 100ing you, right? After V it was over? Oh, maybe it was just, yeah. He ulted with 90 seconds left. Oh, okay. So that gave you lots of time, as long as you didn't get fully wounded. Gave you lots of time to recover if you got hit by just a couple little ticks of it. I feel like Awakened Sages 100% isn't really that great for that. Because you are super susceptible to being hit by someone else's 100 when you're locked in that shit. Probably better off just throwing like BSR interrogates and BSR impalings. But those wounds are both so small. Yo, what's up, John? Tell him, Waffle. Yo, good morning, Cozy Comfy. Yeah, opening purified firestones or opening purified the broad ones, right? That can open up into anything. Just a gamble. That's it. Repair? I'd climb through this monitor and slap you, Kirby. You lost 10% resist. Your Villa wear off. You were on AFK phase, so I figured it'd be timely. Sorry. Timely for what? To piss me off? It's never timely to piss me off. You guys should be nice to me. How about that? Why would that piss me off? What is blinking that needs to be repaired? Your rod, that's right. For some reason, PA thought it would be a good idea to let us look at our blinking fishing rod forever. Honestly, that should only pop up when you pull your rod out. That sounds like there's a joke in there somewhere. I mean, if I had a choice, and they'll never go back to this, but having what felt like infinite progression to work towards and reduce the amount of value you get from swiping, so you actually have to play the game. And no time-gated bullshit. But, you know, I can't imagine them going back to what old media was. I personally loved the day when it felt like there was an infinite amount of things to work on, and the idea of ever sitting at hard cap was just such a far out thing that seemed completely unreasonable. Just the idea of finishing a single slot felt like such a monumental task. I miss those days. Bring back open world PvP too. So it was constantly an arms race. I felt like open world PvP was the, like GVGs was the one form of content that was available all the time. Because your guild and other guilds that were trying to compete with each other would be fighting over Arsha, right? It was an arms race. Who could progress more and hold down the better grind spots longer so they could progress better. And there was constant fighting over them. I miss that shit. But yeah, I think as long as the pity system exists, we're never gonna have that, right? Because now it's not a matter, it's not like back in the day where it was like, will I get this item? Now it's when I get this item, right? Because no matter what, you know there's a certain amount of effort that you have to put in. Doesn't matter how unlucky you get, eventually you're getting it. So I don't think you'll ever get that epic feeling. Like, there'll be nothing, for example, that'll ever even come close to the day, like, Marky Boy hit his pen Leighton. And I think that was a result of there being no pity system and also not knowing the enhancement rates. That moment was just so epic that there's not a single item you could hit now. Even a pen Fallen God isn't even as epic as that is. The thing is, lower guilds want to trample, they don't want to be trampled on. And that goes for all guilds. Every single guild, except for the one at the top. Because obviously whatever guild is at the top has nobody to punch down on them. But when we had the one-sided deck system, every single guild was perfectly fine if they had a guild they could punch down on. But they would only get their panties in a twist when they were being punched down upon. Bunch of weak mental babies put us in the state we're in now. A Guardian only guild? Ooh, could you imagine you're at your grind spot and 100 Guardians roll up? I'd take off all my armor and costume. I am ready. Take me to the promised land. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's funny too, people don't realize that, like, when you do that, when you just go into random channels and advertise a Twitch channel or whatever, the likelihood that people click on it, I mean, I guess it isn't zero, but it's damn near close to. No Node War buff and a calc. And XP artifacts. Or XP lightstones. I'm an AP privileged class. I'm Z buffed right now though, so I'm down now to 1977. I also have my Vel's hard on too instead of my Splendid for the extra AP bump. Yeah. I have a 20 AP self buff as well as a 20 AP passive. So I think most classes have a self buff these days, but not everybody has the 20 AP passive. Maybe Sage is it for PvE? It's a pretty solid PvE class. I love the state Sage is in currently. It's not S tier in anything, but it's like A+ tier in everything. S+ in PvP? Nah, if that were the case, there'd be still a fuckload of people playing it. Almost all the Flavor of the Month rerollers have rolled off of Sage. There's only a small handful of them left. You have to start, because of the Ford Guard on Lightning Prison and them bringing back a little bit of the stamina management, the Flavor of the Month rerollers who, you know, couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag, they had to find a new class. So they went to Deadeye. They went to Hash? Nah. Don't get me wrong, Hash is a super strong class, but it requires too much effort for those Flavor of the Month players. They went to Deadeye. Deadeye and Awakened Dosa, although both those classes got nerfed recently, so maybe they're looking for a new home. Suckdosa? Suckdosa is another class, though, where you have to actually pay attention to your positioning, so I don't know if they're about Suckdosa. Maybe. Because I think Suckdosa has a good amount of Ford Guards, alright? Maybe I'm mistaken. Strikers and Mystics? Yeah. Striker is always the go-to, because like to play Awakened Striker at a very basic level, it's like the ultimate gear-checking class because it has so much base, defensive base stats. But it's also so easy to stay super protected. It's just the thing that's super annoying about it is just how trying to chase down like a lot of these super ratty range classes that are moving at a mile an hour. But yeah. If you're just like a super basic striker, you can do pretty well. Watching like Dibios, for example, who is like the pinnacle of striker, watching him try to deal with like some of these fucking ratty range classes that are running around, that shit looks frustrating. But when fighting any of these other classes that don't run around fully protected, spamming CCs at you, yeah, striker's the go-to. Yo, thank you for the sub. Witch, Wizard, Archer. Not so much Witch or Wizard. You can run them out of TPs. Archer, on the other hand, man, that class is super difficult to chase down 1v1. Luckily, there's not a lot of really good archers. And bad archers are super easy to chase down. Tamer was the ultimate rag class? No. Tamer was the ultimate 1v1 class because it was like it was the original Sork with a grab. But the grab nerf really hurt Tamer because that was their main catch. As long as you paid attention to where the dog was positioned and didn't let it get behind you. About the only thing they ever seemed to catch you, which was a grab. But grabs are so much easier to avoid now. Oh, we're almost at 60 heralds. We'll finish another one of these tomorrow. Which set am I going to upgrade next? I think I'm going to do my blaster setup. I think I'm going to do the blaster setup next. Oh, what's up, Cooked? One second, I'll pull it up. Second, I'm trying not to die while I do this. This is the monitor I ordered. I got the 27-inch. Not a fan of OLEDs? No, I'm not. They're fashionably priced right now. And what I mean by that is there's a whole bunch of nonsense hype about them that's causing them to be overpriced. In my opinion. I also can't deal with a spending that type of money on something that is, by design, or lack of innovation, I guess is a better word, slowly degrading over time because of built-up burn-in. Even though they've, the technology has come a long way to mitigate it, it is still something that's slowly happening over time. I was going to wait for the next generation, the 4th generation of OLEDs, the tandem OLEDs, because it does seem like that's going to get a much better handle on the burn-in and not have the text fringing that the QD OLEDs have. But I don't want to wait months for like all of them to come out, and then also, have to wait months longer for the reviewers to. I mean, I guess the reviewers would probably have the reviews out even sooner than that, but. Yeah. I don't know. I figured maybe one more generation of an IPS monitor, and maybe in like 3 years from now when I'm looking to upgrade again, maybe by then all of the issues with OLEDs will be ironed out. But I'm not sold on that shit yet. Yep. Ratings.com, they do good reviews. There's lots of monitors unboxed. There's a bunch of good reviewers out there for sure. It's just the tandem OLEDs are super new, and they're just starting to come out now. Figure give it another 3 more years. They've done a good job. From the first generation to now the 4th generation of OLEDs, they've done a pretty good job. So, you know, get this monitor. This monitor will serve me well for a few more years, and by then, I'm sure OLEDs will have come a lot further. And the price will probably be down a lot more by then too. Well, maybe not the way things are inflating, but yeah, here's hoping. Ready Player One? Yeah, you just get a built-in chip in your head. Yeah, the 320 hertz is going to be sick though. I still remember 15 years ago when I upgraded from a 60 hertz to a 144 hertz monitor. That shit was a night and day difference. I remember it took me a little bit to get used to it. And it's funny because it was something I had to get unused to. Because the old CRT monitor I had way back in the day could do more than 60 hertz. I loved my old CRT. But, yeah. Going from 60 to 120, and now, or 144, and 144 to 320. It'd be nice. Gonna create a nice visual experience. A smooth visual experience. Yeah, the CRT monitors were amazing, but they were not fun. I remember going to my buddy's basement LAN parties and having to carry in a PC tower and a fucking CRT monitor. God damn. You turn that thing on and it would hum. Made you wonder if you're getting hit with a dose of radiation. They were so much better than LCDs though. So much better. They're just heavy as fuck. Ugh. Big fat liar. That's not the Jim Carrey movie, is it? No, I think that was Liar Liar. Or something like that. Fuck, I can't remember now. Maybe I haven't seen that one. Yeah, I don't remember that now. Yeah, I think most people will get a Vice City vibe. You know what's a crazy realization I saw? I saw a video that was basically explaining how we are further away now from when Vice City was released than Vice City was from the time it was based off of. Did that make sense? What I said? Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah. Me neither. That's crazy, though. We are further from the time Vice City was released than Vice City was from the time it was based off of. That's crazy. We're getting old, Jet. Yeah. Vice City was based off of 1986 and was released in 2002. So that's 16 years. And we're actually 23 years after it was released. Oh, shit. Another 9 more years and we'll be double the distance. I'll be, what, 50? I'll be 50 years old. Wait, that doesn't make sense. No, I guess it does. No. Yeah, no. No. Yeah, maybe. Thank you for making you feel super old. I'm sorry. It's just funny to think of because that was such an iconic game, right? Oh, Wrecking Bones. Somebody replaced all your drop buffs. No wonder why we're not getting full drops. They ruined it on us. One more silent. One more silent. We get a little payday. Red coral earring? What the fuck? Blue coral earring? He must be grinding paddocks or something. Probably the only way you sell those things is enhancing them. Yeah. That shit was great. There was something nice feeling about lifting your mouse up, turning the door off, pulling the ball out, and blowing it. Put that shit back in, like you're loading a gun. Blowing smoke out of the barrel, blowing the little hairs off the ball. Talking about a mouse? Yeah. The old trackball mice. Oh, a trackball. Oh my god, those things were insane. I didn't even clue in. Those things are so far out of my memory. That's right. The ball was on top and you would roll that shit to turn. I forgot about that. I was just thinking of a mouse with the ball. Oh goddamn. Oh. That's even crazier. Holy crap. Oh, what's up, Nick? Mr. Hokage? The courage? Yeah. Where are you thinking of grinding? Damn, you just made me feel real brave. Oh yeah. I'm gonna tell my wife. Oh, my Vels is broken. Fix it after. Yo, what's up, Mr. Grimkill? How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful afternoon or morning. Can't remember if you're West Coast or not, but actually, wait, you're from across the pond, aren't you? Fuck, I can't remember now. Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say. Old age killing my memory? It really is. It really is. Thank you. Ooh, I wonder what my wife's making for dinner. I smell something cooking. I suggested tacos. Vicious Shadows are all out. I used Vicious Shadows as a sage there. Your frog? My frog. My frog dead. Oh, yeah. Oh, goddamn, that stretch felt good. Oh, holding north, I feel that. It's fucking, I got subscription fatigue. Everything wants you to fucking sub to it. Everything. Fucking subscription for everything. Rubber back, chat. Be back in a minute, chat. What's up, chat? These 216 stacks for. Ooh. Oh, I can't just right click that. Am I blind? Oh. Yo, let's go. Let's go. That was number what? How many pities was that there? I already had 34 clicks in it. I think that said 6. So that was 40 clicks in total. I lost the pities when I enhanced the offhand. I lost the clicks I had already done on this. So I actually have it recorded here. I did 34 clicks before the pities were used on the other one. Anybody with rewind? Anybody? How many pities did it say? That was the 6th tap. Okay, so that was 40 taps then on the main hand. Okay. How many crons is it per click? 3920. Got hit with the jump jump. Good old fashioned jump jump. If this hits, you're banned forever. Forever.
Emotional damage. That's a lot of damage.
I have almost the exact amount of silver for 10 more clicks. These are the last 10 clicks for today. $333. $333. Yeah, this was the click my awaken weapon went on. The Rubik's Cube that can't be solved, yeah. We're solving it right now, baby. Last click. We bury it. It's gone. We don't need to see it. Rip.
Emotional damage.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
That's it for today.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
What was that, 117 bill for that? Those clicks? For every 10 clicks? Ooh, a bond! Let's go! Every time we get that much more over, every time we get that much more over...
For a trill, we'll spend that. I don't want a drop of a trillion silver though.
Just do it.
You have over 1,000 outfits, what's the point in buying blacksmith grunts? The
Exact same reason, if you have a bunch of money in your bank account and your savings account, why would you spend money from your savings account first? You don't take money out of your savings account if you don't need to. That doesn't make sense? It does, because silver doesn't go up in value Costumes do. Silver loses value due to inflation. Costumes go up in value when PA decides they go up in value.
Shut up, bitch!
So it's 100% true. So why would you ever use outfits then? You shouldn't. As long as costumes constantly retroactively go up in price, you should actually never use costumes until they eventually stop that from happening. And I will continue to not use them until they stop retroactively going up. That would never stop. It can. There are things they could do to stop it from your previous costumes retroactively going up. They just haven't done it yet. I grind silver faster than I can grind costumes. So why would I bother wasting costumes, something that can go up with value, when I can easily grind the silver? You mind showing your gear, killer? Elk's sewn off? Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. I went to actually go recharge it. Let's see. Let's see what he's cooking with here. Yeah, look at that. Roll your damn dice. I'll collect it. I ain't rolling it. Those things are just annoying to roll. Then I gotta clean up my storage. Yeah. This is a Vel's Heart I'm using right now. If we ever get the Elkstone upgrade, will you use the Crons? Potentially. Depends how it's set up. If it's set up the same way as a Sovereign weapon, then no. I will just grind up the silver and click as I go. Once again, why would I go into my savings account? Now, if I could buy costumes faster than I could earn silver, then I would. But you can't. Think of investing in costumes as investing in gold. You use it to hedge against inflation. If you had a bunch of money in your bank account and you wanted to buy a house, why would you sell off your gold to buy what you want when you could just use the money in your account, save the gold? Costumes are a way to hedge against inflation. I'm spending 30% more now. But once again, those costumes go up in price. So you can't just factor the current price, you have to consider the potential future price as well. Once again, the silver has no value to me if I have nothing to spend it on, and I currently have nothing to spend my silver on. So why not use something that has little value to me instead of using something that can inflate in value? I know, I know. Look at you. You even got kicked out of your castle, Bingy. What happened there? So some of these costumes that I bought, Killer, that I'm holding on to now, some of them I bought when they were less than $1 billion silver. In fact, some of those costumes are back from when costumes were still $500 million in value. And now they're worth 2.1 bill. They're worth 400% of what they originally were worth. And if I would have used them then, I would have lost that potential income. Oh, I'm not saying don't go for in-game content. I can do all of the in-game content that I need to. I also play Awakening, so that main hand means nothing to me. This is how you try your best to compete with the whales. People who are dropping $40,000 on their account. This is how you try to keep up with them. What if a savior is Ascension? And that's the only reason why I'm clicking the main hand right now. But I have 3 months until that shit gets released, or 2 months until that shit gets released. That's more than enough time for me to grind up the silver and get my deck weapon between now and then without having to touch a single costume. They're just very loyal players. How else would they have 2 to 4 million loyalty? True. True. Super loyal. Hey, Killer. I know you seem a little perturbed, but just worry about how you're progressing. It looks like you have a lot more progression to work on. And I'll worry about my progression. Sound good? Any class suggestions? Oh, that's tough. I highly recommend you just play what you genuinely... Oh no, I let that thing die. I wasn't paying attention. Play what you enjoy. Look through lots of videos. There's tons of different classes. Yeah. And I'm just saying your point of view is wrong. It's a difficult choice to make. Oh man, you're gonna have fun then. You can take different classes at any time. You're not really hard stuck in any class. There's a tag system that allows you to have basically copy your gear to any one of your other characters for a pretty small ticket price, so you can really play anything. Just pick whatever you think is the funnest to you, and then as time goes on, you could take something new, mess around with it. Maybe you like it more, maybe you don't. Will I use them? Depends. If they start releasing content faster than I can progress before they release the next content, then yes. But at the current pace of content addition, I don't need to open costumes to cap out before they release the next content. So why would I use my savings when I can cap out anyways, right? Now, if they started releasing new things to work on faster than I could grind up silver for, then I would start opening costumes too. But whether I use the costumes or not, I'm going to be sitting there waiting for new content anyways. So once again, why use the savings? Why use something that can increase with inflation instead of using something that doesn't increase with inflation? Any tips on leveling? Oh, just play. Levels in this game, the first levels up to 62 are what matter the most. Technically, it's up to 60, level 62, or is it 61? It doesn't really matter that much, that last level, and they come quick. For the thrill of clicking, but that's the thing, is the clicks run out, no matter what, right? Oh, if you are like a newer player, you should definitely be using the costumes you click. Not everybody's able to grind 6 hours a day, 6 days a week like me. This is obviously a unique situation, right? I can grind up silver quicker than I can buy costumes, and I can cap out just off the silver before the next items are released. I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser. Every time we get another 100 and, what was that? 117.2 bill? Or was, no, 117.6 bill. We'll do another 10 clicks. Which honestly, will probably be like, we'll do that probably like 3 times every 2 weeks, or maybe 4 times every 3 weeks approximately. Did I end up using all my silver? No, I still have a bunch of silver. I still have 1 trillion. If Awakened Sage used more main hand AP, then I would consider it too. But like I said, it's what? 1 monster AP that I gain? 1 monster AP. Why go into my savings for 1 monster AP? He's only said the name of the song like 10 times in a row, Bingy. Come on. Actually, I guess we'll have that happen once a week, because I still gotta buy the crons for the armor clicks, right? So... My English bad, you know this? No, it isn't. Shut up. Yeah. And that's the reason why... Did I kill the big frog? I wasn't even paying attention. That's why they didn't release the new alchemy stone. Don't be fooled by PA. They're gonna make a new alchemy stone that has stats on it, because they're gonna use those stats for new requirements for the next 5 castles. They didn't want to add that alchemy stone now because they want people to have to get deck weapons to do Kafras. If they release that alchemy stone before they give the new castles, people no longer need deck weapons, and PA makes less money. So as much as they say they did that for us, they did it for themselves. When the whole drama with Ray happened, people said my English bad? Oh. No, you use for crons. You shouldn't sell costumes. The crons have more value than the costume does, even if the costume isn't being taxed. You'll need crons to enhance, so why sell something that you need to buy back? Especially when you're going to do that at a loss. But yeah, I have enough resources if I wanted to. I could pity my main hand today if I wanted to. But there's no reason to. And I like to leave a nice little buffer of silver to take advantage of things if something comes up. You never know, it could be one global patch away from all of a sudden needing silver for something, right? So my amount of weekly silver generation is about to go up pretty significantly too once I can sell my my Herald crystals and my crystallized energy of end times. Because right now I'm keeping all those things, and you know, you're probably getting like over $500 million an hour worth of those things. That'll start becoming silver instead once I no longer need to keep them. That was nice. All I wanted there, though, with that silver that I dumped into it was the Nav. Would have been nice to get boosted on the main hand. But, I mean, still lots of room to get boosted on the main hand. It'd be nice to just go average on it. If I go average on it 100 clicks, that'd be ideal. Well, maybe not necessarily ideal, but I'd be happy with that. Because between my Awakened and my offhand, I'm average. I got boosted on the Awakened, fucked on the offhand, by average between both of them. I'm 2 for 190 clicks. And I guess whatever I did on my main hand today now too. What'd I do? 26 clicks? Yeah. So 190, so I'm 2 for 216 now. In total, let me put in the number here. In total, I've spent 1 trillion silver on my main hand. I spent 600 bill on my Awakened and 2.6 trillion on my offhand. I guess that's also not factoring in the cost of the stone to click. Or the stack. So a bit more on all those numbers. Yeah. If we all had that mentality, none of us would play. It'd be just the swipers left. Because with how affordable they've made swiping, none of us keep up with them now. I mean, it used to be difficult to make an argument that this game was pay to win, right? Because even the people who swiped the most, they never won anything. But this week, you could actually, like the last couple weeks, you can make the strongest argument that this game has become pay to win. Because the owner of the best, the highest Adania castle is a swiper. So now he has won something. Kind of takes the wind out of your sails if you want to try to argue that it isn't pay to win when, you know, the most prestigious spot at this point is actually held by a swiper. The owner of Kafra's Castle, Fluoros. Floros. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy because technically based off gear score, Blue out gears me now. It's kind of crazy when you consider how much I play the game versus how much he plays the game. But technically he outgears me. That's how affordable pay to win is now. I try not to think about it because it is kind of demoralizing. You used to be able to make the argument the game wasn't pay to win because, for one, there was nothing to win, and two, some of the craziest swipers in the game, it didn't matter how much you swiped costumes for, there was a limit on how much you could sell every week, and even then, they still had to go out and grind bases and play the game, right? They had to sit there and fail stack. There was a lot of activities they still had to do to use their wealth. And on top of that, they weren't eventually guaranteed the upgrade. Yeah. It was better back in the day where, yeah, the swipers could still bypass like the crons and stuff like that, right, by swiping. But they still had to go out and grind for something. They still had to invest time to play to get the items to do the clicks, right, whether it was the base accessories or whatever. But now they don't have to do anything. It's just crons, crons, crons. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. They do a hard reset on all of it, and then that money they put in. I mean, let's be honest, if they have that much disposable income, then spending it again probably isn't a big deal. Some people are just built like that. And like I said, I'm not trying to shame them, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game. This is a problem PA created. They demoralize the people who actually play the game. The more and more they pump up the value of pay to win. "48 hours left on September." That's true.
Have you ever had a dream?
Yo, speaking of September, you guys, look at that.
September.
I think with the toolkit that Awaken Lawn has now, Chaos Silence, it needs to be made way squishier. That shit should be Ranger level tankiness, Archer level tankiness. If it's gonna have as many iframes as it has, and as much mobility as it has, and as good of a grab that it has, that shit needs to be like paper. Like I said, I don't mind classes. I love that classes are interesting by having some unique strengths in areas that make you go, what the fuck? But as long as those strengths come with trade-offs. Trade-offs are key. I don't know what would we consider Awakened Lawn's trade-off? And I'm not saying it's like a completely busted class, but goddamn. I don't know what its trade-off is. It's not a trade class, I guess. Can't really trade it though, right? So I don't know. But yeah, it's that one environment. I mean, you take Awakened Lawn to like Node War or Siege. I don't know. I don't think it does well. I know it used to always be about that suck lawn. Maybe Awakened Lawn's better now with its changes in large scale. Yeah. And to be fair, Awaken Megu used to feel that way too. You couldn't trade it. It had a crazy ass block jump. It would dive in, do its shit. You'd try your best to try to do something while it's quickly diving in. It would block jump, side RMB, and then it would run away, and it would do that on repeat. So can't shoot people from range? Yeah. That's trading though, right? If that one trade-off is worth all of those other things, then there's a lot of classes that need buffs. You can trade in melee? Yeah, I don't know about that. You're not trading a lawn. They're not staying in melee range. They dive in, they go for the catch, they immediately get out. If they don't get it. That's been the playstyle of Awakened Lawn since the beginning of time. The only time they stay in to trade is if they completely outgear their opponents. Apparently that new ability they have is really good at knocking you out of forward guards too. So they have the strongest grab in the game, and I don't know how fast it is or how telegraphed it is. It might not be as big of a deal as some people are making it out to be. You know how the community is, they usually freak out about stuff. Yeah. I need to hit the BA with an Awakened Lawn so I can actually see how that feels in an actual fight. If it's just something where if you're not paying attention they take you with it, then I don't think that's a big deal. But if it's something that's like Awakened Wusa CCing you through your forward guards, or Hashes block jumping you, or a Wagu's block jumping you, that's a bit much for a class with the best grab in the game. I can justify it a bit more on those classes because they don't have a grab. Not only do they not have a grab, but they don't have the strongest grab in the game, right? But like Awakened Lawn's grab is so forgiving compared to everybody else's grab. They will buff then? Both Maywas just got buffed. What are you talking about? I think Awaken got a buff like a couple weeks ago, and Suck just got buffed on Global. The new shift to S into LMB also goes through Board Guard on a 5-second cooldown. How much do they move? Do they have to be right next to you to get through you, or can they do it from a good distance away? See, at face value, things like that can be insane, but if it's like a slower animation and you have to be really close to do it, then it's not as big of a deal. Medium range, eh? Shit. See, that sounds a little scarier then. Yeah. I don't know what is the hardest matchup for Alon. That's probably the best class. For that fight, right? Is finding a class that maybe your most difficult matchup is tough in like the FFA part, but or maybe they're if your toughest matchups don't do well in the FFA, then you're kind of have this buffer away from them. Yeah, I don't think Awaken Lawn has a hard counter. I'm trying to think, because like my class is really good at trading, and I can't trade Lawn. They can just create too much space. Even if I could get a couple chips off, they can create such a buffer of distance on me. It really does feel like it's their fight to lose. Because they can disengage me, I can't disengage them if they want to stay on my ass. But I think in the case of like classes that are super heavy super armor, they'd probably rather fight Alon. Because super SA heavy classes, I can actually trade down really effectively, and it feels super oppressive for the people that I'm fighting. Where, you know, Awaken Lawn isn't really trading them down. It's amazing at catching them, and they're fucking difficult to catch. But at least they're not getting traded down, right? So definitely depending on who you ask, some people would probably say they would much rather fight an Awaken Lawn than an Awaken Sage. Yeah, maybe. It's tough though, you gotta really avoid that grab. But it's a lot easier to avoid that grab for sure. And they can't really fly away a whole lot. So when it comes down to that arena specifically, yeah. How good is the lawn BSR? Like they're 100%. Thing is there's a lot of abilities I can hit a lawn out of the air while they're flying with. Chain lightning, lightning prison, interrogate, all of those will hit lawns while they're flying around in the air. Is Sage still meta at Solaire? It's still going to be strong in Solaire for sure. I don't know if I would say meta, but we haven't had another season since the nerfs and the buffs to other classes. But it's still definitely going to be very strong. The forward guard on Lightning Prison is pretty huge in Solaire. Because like when it comes to 1v1, managing your forward guard against one target is obviously a lot easier to do than when you're fighting a team of 3 other people. All it takes is, you know, 1 or 2 of them to have block jumps, and you know you'll never be able to just comfortably sit in it. And it's, you know, one of our primary ways of getting Stam back, or was. Now you can use dimensional compression, but you are extremely susceptible to being grabbed in that ability or traded down. It'll be interesting the next season. I mean, there were people who played Awakened Sage last season when Awakened Sage was busted and didn't manage to make it to the top 100. I don't know what's going to happen this upcoming season. I've already seen a ton of the Flavor of Month people roll off of Awakened Sage, but I don't think that's necessarily a testament to Sage being weak. I think it's more of a testament to they just want, you know, as easy performance as possible. And, you know, Deadeye was that. I don't know how Deadeye is after the nerfs, but Deadeye was the roll your face across the keyboard kind of class. What monitor am I using? You type the PC command. My current monitor's listed there. Never mind, logged off. Hey, what's up, Ellie? How you doing? Hey, Mendoza, you still around? What am I watching on the second monitor? I'm not actually watching anything right now. Oh shit, all my buffs have worn off. Oh shit, did I reset him? Damn it, I did. Hey, what's up, Shaolin? No, haven't stopped. I have not stopped. I have been grinding a lot. Yeah. Hoping that my full-time job level efforts is enough to show how much this game isn't pay to win and failing miserably at it. Hey, I appreciate that, Riz. Me too. I was actually just recording my taps for my armors. I have a sheet that I use to keep track of how much I spend on enhancing things in my luck, right? I have every single, from pry all the way to deck for all of my weapons. And then I just put my Adon armors in there. For pry, I went 4 out of 5 clicks, so that's below average considering it's a 90% chance. But, I mean, it could have been worse. I went 4 for 6 on duo on a 75% chance. And I'm 1 for 5 on tries so far. And that's a 50-50. So average will be like 4 for 8. So I basically have to one tap all 3 of my armors to hit average this week if I want to be average on tries. The hell? How did I get a fingerprint on my glasses? I wasn't even touching my face. My eyelashes or something rubbing up against my glasses. My big luscious eyelashes. Oh, maybe I did touch my face. There's a fingerprint on there, on that side. Must not have noticed. Missing any buffs? No, we're still plenty good. Plenty good. Man, that one monster AP I got, crazy. You guys see how much faster I'm grinding? Kinda wild. What do I think about it? Nothing. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not just about the money it gives, it's about the things that it drops, right? You go to Tenebrom, you want to get, if you want to have a more comfortable grind and chill. You come here if you want to get more of your Herald crystals per hour. I think that's fine. It's not always just about silver. And then yeah, Orbita doesn't even drop any heralds. So you just can't get your artifacts upgraded if you stay there. I would rather grind spots have purposes than just be boiled down to how much silver per hour they're worth. Although if it gets to the point, which it probably will eventually, where heralds and end times are sitting on the market, then those differences won't be as meaningful. Then you'll just grind wherever's the best silver just to buy them, and then the other places lose their purpose. Actually, I should take a brief intermission. I'll be right back, chat. Be right back. Yo. God damn, that was good. That was yummy. Had some burritos for dinner. No beans though. Kind of sad. Yeah, whenever you have that many people in one area, it gets fucking awful. My FPS was good though. It was the perfect situation to take smooth motion for a ride. But yeah, I kept getting please try again, please try again, please try again, and yeah, it doesn't matter how good your PC is. But yeah, in situations like that, it's a CPU bottleneck. Wait, you had 100 FPS? Has he updated his guide? Like when all the guilds were piled up in one area? Henny back? That looks like Henny's outfit. Boom, boom, boom. Tuh. Yeah, I'm not sold on OLEDs. Which one you get? Okay, well, there's 1,000 different monitors for each brand name. You have like a model number? LG's a decent brand for monitors, though. And we got one of them 34 inches, huh? Only 240 hertz? Oh, you got an ultra. Oh, it's an ultra wide. That's why. Yeah. The image cleaning isn't perfect. Burn-in still builds up over time. And from what I understand too, as the burn-in builds up, it does compensation. So it starts to dim the other pixels, so there isn't like a sharp contrast between them. So the visibility of the monitor, the visual experience of the monitor degrades over time. Burn-in is the biggest thing stopping me from OLEDs, because I don't want to use a monitor just for a few years. I want to use it for a decade, because I want it to eventually become a side monitor. And the last thing I want is 5 years from now when the monitor becomes my side monitor. It has, you know, different UI elements from the games I've been playing burnt into it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the best thing to do. Just use it for games and videos and stuff like that. Yeah. Isn't as bad, still is too much for me. I don't want something that's degrading over time. I mean, all electronics degrade over time, but... I figure I'm gonna give it another generation or two. The technology's moving pretty fast right now in regards to OLEDs, so... all of these manufacturers are trying to one-up each other, right? And in terms of like hertz, color, but also managing the burn-in. So I got a really sick IPS coming, and I figured by the time that served its purpose, a lot of the remaining kinks should be ironed out. Bye, Benny. Just chilling. Gonna be doing our bosses here in about 40 minutes. I'll probably call it a day after that. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Yeah, I don't really want to get into OLED now, and then 3 or 4 years from now when it becomes my side monitor. It has a horse icon right here. While I'm trying to use it as my, streaming monitor. Oh shit, it was nighttime. I wonder why I almost got destroyed there. I was wondering why I took so much damage. I immediately checked to see if my buffs were up. Almost 400 crystallized energy event times. Like 12 bill almost, eh? Oh, goddamn. Bad time to type. Oh, that was so fucking close. No problem, dude. You don't have to apologize. There was no offense taken. Not at all. And I completely understand what you're saying in regards to, well, if you don't use something because it can go up in value, then it can always go up in value and you never use it, and then it has no value if you never use it, right? That's kind of the root of what you're saying. And that's entirely true as well. Right? If you never use it, then it doesn't have any value. But the way I see it is I always have it available to use. So if, like, let's say, for example, I decide I want to take a break from the game for a while, I could potentially come back, and that investment into that could have gone up while I was gone, and then when I come back, it's actually worth more, right? And that's why I look at it as an investment. If something comes up and I want to take a break from the game for a year, and then I decide, hey, okay, you know what? They've done some cool stuff. I want to come back. That pile of costumes, you never know, could have seen a price increase, and now it's worth, you know, instead of 4 trillion, or sorry, 3 trillion, it could be worth 6 trillion when I come back. Now, like I said, the important variable of, am I having difficulty staying caught up with updates? If the answer was yes, then I would definitely use the costumes, because I would need them to stay caught up, right? But with the way I'm currently playing, I have no problem keeping up with updates. I'm being held back by a artificial wall, being that time gate, and that's the main thing holding me back right now. And no amount of silver or costumes is going to alleviate that. And in regards to the main hand, I get 1 monster AP. 1. So it's such an inconsequential effect. So it's also nice, instead of trying to rush something, having something that I can just click occasionally whenever I'm feeling like it, right? Be like, hey stream, let's do something different. Go run to town, do some clicks. Since it's such an inconsequential piece of gear right now for an awakening sage, I don't feel any pressing desire to push for it. Not like the deck offhand, for example, which I did day 1, because that shit was important. So it's kind of like this balance of, am I struggling to keep up? How important is the upgrade? And yeah, is it worth going into the savings for it? Yeah, and if I came off seeming like I was pissed about the conversation, I apologize for that. And I could see how you thought maybe I was. I basically told you worry about your own gear. But yeah, I was impressed by it. So you don't have to apologize. Yeah, no, we're good. One thing you'll find here too is, like, I'll have discussions and even arguments. Some of the people who come to my chat, we've had some pretty heated arguments, and you know, I think part of being an adult is being able to move on from disagreements. You know, we don't need that. We don't need a single disagreement to permanently affect how we interact with each other. because you're always going to find something to disagree with everybody on. If somebody agrees with you 100% on everything, then they're just a yes man. Yeah. Oh, and Killer, I have rats in my chat that will 100% instigate like that. Like Ponecox, for example, and Cowboy, or AKA Beefy Pounder, they will 100% just egg people on. Whether it's me or the viewer. They're just trying to get content. I kind of respect it, because they're just trying to be entertained. But they're rats like that. Yeah, look at them, playing all innocent. They got one toe twisting in the sand, hands on their hips, looking down, looking all cute. You argue hero play last night in Gold Stream was funny. Were ya? I saw... Was it you? No, it was Lunar, actually. Lunar was dogging on DBM in Choice's stream. What were you and hero play arguing about? Do I need to go watch the VOD? I love drama. I don't even know what you would argue with him about. You told him to stop hiding in a baby castle and fight real people? I mean, that's the thing is, I mean, somebody has to kick him out, right? The longer he stays in that castle, the more locked in he becomes, because the higher and higher his gear gets, and the harder it is for someone to compete with him, right? So, I mean, if you could get a guaranteed free bag with little to no effort every week, why not? DBM and him are arguing? Well, that makes sense, because those two have beef. DBM and I used to have beef. He used to get weird with me, but... I mean, he's alright. I think it was just a misunderstanding between us. Describing Sugdosa as little to no effort, it's true though. Well, I wasn't referring to specifically the class that he plays. It's just his gear is going to continue to get higher and higher, and then like most people are not going to be willing to give up their progression to go back if they're equally as geared, right? So it might get to the point where he's like 30 gear score above the people who are challenging him. An extra 30 DR on evasion is a pretty sizable amount. What would you need? What would that be? Like full... I think if you're full oct, right? You got 32 more DR and 32 more evasion than people who are just base Adon armors. Or maybe that's 36. Maybe oct is 36. No, I guess it would be 32. Yeah, no, I guess that was right. Full hex. No. Yeah, it'd be 32, and then full knob would be 36, and then full deck is 40. I don't know why I second guessed myself there. You think about that though, 36 more DR and 36 more evasion. It's kind of fucking crazy when you think of it through the context of these stones, right? That's like having 3 DR artifacts extra, and what, 1.5 evasion artifacts? Yeah. Okay, cool. Kanjara, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm ready. I'd just like to finish this next Beelzebub if possible. If you could let the guys know, I'll try to quickly plow through it. Yeah, Lon, we were having this discussion earlier. Lon is a super agile class, very difficult to catch. And on top of that, it obviously has the best grab in the game, has forever. And it has, from what I hear, this is not my own personal experience, I haven't actually fought them since their changes, but apparently their forward guard piercing abilities are pretty damn good now as well. Yeah, with a catch that has so many good, with a class that has so many good catches and so much mobility, I feel like it needs a trade-off, and I think it is a little too tanky for how much other strengths it has. It's not that it's the tankiest class, but goddamn. Zerker is the best grabs in the game. Give that motherfucker more. Nah, Zerkers have good grabs, but a lot of the strength of the Zerker grab disappeared with the with grabs no longer turning with your camera. Zerkers actually had a grab window, so like it was like an animation, and for a period, mind you, a brief period, but a period of the animation, as long as the person was out of iframe and within range at any point in that time, then you would grab them. And that was really good because in combination with click to move, they could basically throw it, right? They could throw their grab and instantly do this and whip their camera around, and it's practically a 360 grab. If you're anywhere around them when they do that, you're just fucking yoinked. Now, it was a small window. Technically, you wouldn't get it all the way 360 degrees, but yeah, it's with the way they changed Zerk grab, it's definitely not as strong as it used to be. Because now they're not using click to move to flip their grab around and stuff and quickly adjust it for, you know, somebody who maybe is on the other side of them real quick. I personally don't mind that Zerk has as many grabs as it does. Most Zerks are suck Zerks and they only have 2 grabs, not 3, right? And that's kind of all they are doing. Like, what they do, they're good at doing, but they don't really do much else. So, I'm perfectly fine with classes have, like, Suckzerker isn't exactly a massive DPS class. It's not really a class that trades you. Or at least, I guess I should speak for myself. It doesn't trade with Awakened Sage. If they didn't have their grabs, I don't think they could ever catch me. The Zerker that annoys me most when it's strong is Awakened Zerk. They have like that nice balance of range, melee, 3 grabs. But they have obviously come down dramatically in their usefulness because, you know, they're not desyncing all over the place anymore. Not like they used to. And their mobility obviously works way differently than it used to as well. No, I'm going to move these to this store. 15 more of these. We'll definitely finish another one tomorrow. Oh, and then I still need 6 more. I bought another set of DR artifacts, but I don't even know what I'm going to use them on. I probably shouldn't have bought them. I was considering doing a double DR artifact with 4 amplified rages for grinding on Arsha. Because I was originally planning on grinding on Arsha, and I wanted to have a setup that I was, ready for PvP at all times. But once I realized that, maybe I should be just grinding with XP artifacts, then I'm like, might as well just stay off Arsha and just grind with those. Building up that XP. Yeah, Suxork. I heard Suxork's a menace now. Not many people play Suxork, so I haven't ran into any. Awakened Sork has always been annoying to fight, so if Suxork is better than Awakened Sork, it's kind of a scary thought. Why'd my phone just vibrate? Probably from Discord, right? Yeah. You're newer to the game? Yeah. Might be a practice thing, I don't know. People will always say, this class is it, and then you never see anybody play it, and you're like, was it? What are the classes that are truly, really strong? People flock to it. The only way to stop them is to hit that shit with nerfs. Oh, I forgot to swap channels. We're gonna do our bosses, and then call it a day. Actually, you know what I could probably do? These guys are in a party. Bing, 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 and bing. Look at that. All the guys just waiting there in a circle. Nope, what's up? No, it doesn't look like it's going to arrive till tomorrow. I think it was just a mix-up with whoever was updating the tracking information and confusing my package that arrived yesterday with the one that's supposed to arrive, the monitor. Nope. Still waiting. She left before I was born. Watch the wizard dance, chat. Oh shit, never mind, he's after me. And again. The bastard. I wonder if I could judgment. Oh, didn't go for me that time. See that, Kinjara? Hunter was headed over here, and he decided he didn't want to stand with us, and he ran to a completely separate pillar. Yep. Got the most out of that draft too. It's just running out.
You will regret coming here. It's the grasp of death.
Oh god damn, you guys got bombed. I think that means we're down a man though. Exactly what he's doing right now. Try. No, I tried to get over there. Yeah, because it died instantly. Yeah.
You will regret coming here. You shall embrace the grasp of death.
Nice job, gentlemen. Catch you guys later. Nice and smooth, just the way we like it. Well, aside from that one death. But otherwise, nice and smooth. PB caster? Wait, with peanut butter? The hell's PB? Personal best time? Caster's broken? I know, right? These wizards carrying us. Party boss. Personal best? Either way, these casters. They can't keep getting away with this. Huntler's always working on trying to distract everybody from how powerful Suckwiz is. Maybe I'm a Suck Wizard. Maybe it's time to bring out Gandalf. Marlon the Fizzler. Eh? It's a speedrun term? Oh, yeah, I'm not a wizard, so I'm not versed in this lingo. Hey, look at this handsome son of a bitch. Holy. He's ready to fucking shoot a fireball up your ass. I could have swore I colored his outfit. What happened to his outfit? Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. No, it wasn't that. Huh? There we go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Fucking bling the fuck out. Watch out, ladies. Watch out. I'll be honest, I just rocked this outfit. Oh, hell yeah. Look at those swings. Fucking show this guy this ain't no joke. What are you clowning around for? Why can't I TP? Oh, I have no weapon, do I? I'm gonna send you guys over to Mr. Steve. Mr. YoFam Steve. Wait. Steve is streaming a different game while he plays BDO. Oh. He didn't quit after the Zerg change? That's because that man is a main. You ever want an example of somebody who is a main? Steve is a main. Doesn't matter how bad his class will be, he's Zerg, through and through. I respect it. But I'll catch y'all later. Thank you guys for hanging out today. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll be back tomorrow. Catch you later.